I'm Chris Foster. Microplastics are just about everywhere in the environment and inside us.
The signs that are already emerging are not positive. They've been detected beyond male testicles, but also in human placenta samples, in our blood, lungs, breast milk, heart tissue, saliva, liver, kidneys, and more.
I'm Morgan Ortegas. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
It is a critical stage in the 2024 presidential campaign. This week, President Biden and former President Trump are due to square off in the CNN presidential debate. Some pundits predict President Biden could be replaced on the ticket if he performs poorly on Thursday night. Former White House doctor and now Republican Congressman Ronnie Jackson wants President Biden to take a drug test before that debate.
This is probably what's going on over this week at Camp David. He's going to be at Camp David for a full week before the debate. Part of that is probably experimenting with, just getting the doses just right because, they have to treat his cognition.
There's also the outstanding question of who former President Trump will select as his running mate. One person on that short list, Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donalds, says he would be a strong contrast with the current vice president.
Stepping into that role, you would have a direct contrast between me and Vice President Harris in terms of policy, in terms of what it means for the United States of America going forward, and how this would help struggling Black families trying to make ends meet.
This is a time when both parties lay out their vision and priorities. Republicans are already preparing big plans if they sweep the White House, Senate, and House. South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham says Republicans would fix President Biden's broken border policies.
Well, Biden just gave amnesty illegally to 500,000 people. Maybe I should keep coming. The reason the border is broken is Biden chose to overturn every policy Trump had. We had the most secure border in December 2020, the most lawless border now because of policy changes by Biden. And it's not a small deal, it's a big deal. The largest number of people on the terrorist watch list came in last year, only to be exceeded this year. I've never been more worried about a 9/11 than I am now.
Leading Republicans say there's been careful coordination to make sure GOP leaders are on the same page and able to hit the ground running.
Well, people are really, really angry about the open border. They're very frustrated by all the inflation, the higher cost of everything when they go to the grocery store, when they look at their electric bill or fill up their car.
House Majority Leader Steve Scalise is a Louisiana Republican.
And they know that President Biden's policies are the reason that they are having all of these problems that they're facing.
Obviously, the Republican dream is to have former President Trump back in the White House, a Republican majority in the Senate, and, of course, a Republican House Speaker. If you get your dream, what will the first 100 days look like?
Well, Mike, the first 100 days would be, I think, incredibly great for the economy, exciting for the country. We could focus on, number one, using a method called budget reconciliation, which we did in 2017 to get the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the bill that really spurred the economic growth that helped everybody not only increase their wages, we brought millions of jobs back to America. A lot of those tax cuts expire. So the first thing we'd want to do is give certainty to the economy. Let's lock in these tax rates. President Biden wants tax rates to go up from 21% up to 35%. You can imagine what that would do to families who are already struggling. President Trump wants to go even lower. And so let's lock in low tax rates. Let's get some real economic growth happening in the economy that's really sluggish right now. But then let's put some policies in place. Let's reverse some of these radical regulations on energy policy, for example. We can get back to really smart energy policy under President Trump, working with the Republican Congress to quickly allow for more American energy production and lowering costs, which means not just lower prices at the pump, but it also means when you go to the grocery store, you're not going to be paying as much for food and groceries. You're not going to be paying as much for things when you go to the shopping center. I mean, that's the kind of instant impact you can get. We would work with President Trump on border. And look, nobody knows how to secure America's border better than President Trump, because he's the one who did it last time. He had a secure border. He negotiated the Remain in Mexico policy, which President Biden got rid of. President Trump's the one who also stopped catch and release and some of these other policies that are allowing literally just millions of people to not only flow into our country, but once they're here, nobody knows where they are. Nobody's vetting them. That's why you've got people on the terrorist watch list just streaming in. bring in drugs, fentanyl, and other drugs that are killing Americans every day. We can work with President Trump to get him more resources to secure America's border quickly, all in those first 100 days, Mike. And this is why it's so important that people vote November 5th or earlier. You know, when early voting starts, there are going to be a lot of people voting before November 5th. But it's critical. If you want to fix these problems, if you want President Trump in office working to get rid of a lot of these regulations, to lower the burden on you and your family, to put more dollars in your pocket at the end of each month because you're not spending so much at the grocery store and at the gas pump, you got to vote November 5th for a Republican president and Donald Trump and a Republican House and Senate.
On the border crisis, it sounds like you're thinking perhaps multi-step process there in terms of there are obviously some things President Trump could change once he takes office, change Biden border policies. But it sounds like you also believe that there is a role for Congress to play to make a more permanent solution as well. Is that correct?
That's right. And, you know, look, President Biden, day one, took over 40 specific executive actions to undo things that were working under President Trump. You know, he signed an executive order, Biden did, to stop construction of the wall. We had worked with President Trump when we had a Republican House, Senate, and White House. We had funded construction of the wall, and President Trump was building that wall, hundreds of miles of wall. Day one, Biden ends the construction, abandons those work sites. Day one, Biden ends the Remain in Mexico policy. Now, President Trump would have to go and renegotiate that, but he's the one who negotiated that policy in the first place. And so, you know, you've got a president who knows how to get things done. Like under President Trump, we didn't have all these wars all around the world. You know, Ukraine being invaded by Russia, Taiwan being looked at by China, you know, Iran and their proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis going into and invading Israel. All of our friends are under attack around the world because Biden shows weakness. President Trump actually showed strength, not only in negotiating those Abraham Accords, peace agreements between Middle Eastern countries and Israel, but he also, when he would go to a country like Mexico and say, look, we need to get a better, more fair deal on trade, he got the USMCA deal to get a better NAFTA. And again, he negotiated Remain in Mexico when the president of Mexico initially did not want that agreement. And that stopped the flow of illegals into our country. We have a legal system to come to America. We've got to get back to the rule of law. President Trump knows how to do that. Working with Congress, we can help fund some of those initiatives. Our Border Patrol agents would love to be able to have more technology to use in addition to more wall funding. They can do that under President Trump. President Biden doesn't want to use technology because he wants illegals to come in.
As you well know, it is critical for a new administration to get off to a fast start. The honeymoon ends rather quickly here in Washington. Yeah. So I'm curious the level of coordination going on between people like you, Majority Leader in the House, the former president, and other key Republicans to make sure, if all elected, that you can hit the ground running.
Yeah, and I think this is so important because this was not the case in 2016 when President Trump first won. You know, folks like me who supported President Trump, there were other people in Washington who either didn't want President Trump to win or were surprised that he won. And we lost some ground. We lost a few months in that first honeymoon period, as you talk about. And so this time we're talking to him already about what that first 100 days even could look like. And we're all on the same page. I mean, the conversations I've had with President Trump have been incredibly forward-thinking. I mean, President Trump's a guy who doesn't sleep. I mean, he's always thinking of ideas. He's always coming up with solutions on, you know, what we can do. You know, he gets very frustrated when he looks at these problems. And frankly, most Americans do, Mike. I've been around the country to a lot of states, a lot of swing states. Just this week, I was in Michigan. I was in Wisconsin with President Trump over in Racine, where he had a rally of 15,000 people with another over 1,000 waiting to get in who just wanted to see him. You know, anywhere you go, people are frustrated by the Biden agenda. You know, Bidenomics, whatever you want to call it. It's not working for middle-class families. You know, those lower-income, middle-income families are struggling, and they know we can do better because we were doing better under President Trump. So we've laid out how we can get back there quickly. You know, President Trump's talking about, hey, no taxes on tips. And a lot of people in the service industry like that. A lot of people also recognize, I mean, how much are people really reporting accurately on that anyway? But let's look at all these ideas. And he's putting good ideas on the table to start a discussion about how we can get our country back on track and make America great again.
Obviously, your majority in the House is historically slim. Part of being successful governing going forward would certainly help to have more Republicans in the House of Representatives to get your agenda through. I'm curious what you're hearing out on the campaign trail as you go out and help Republicans trying to win in November.
Yeah, Mike, we've got an opportunity to pick up a number of seats. We start with the ones we have. We've got about 15 to 20 members, current Republicans that are in tough swing districts where the Democrats are going to spend millions against them. So we're helping them, and I was doing some events for those candidates this week. But we also have at least 20 pickup opportunities, seats held by Democrats that have a real chance to flip to Republican. You look at the state of Alaska right now, represented by a Democrat who's not representing the values of Alaska. She voted against, she wouldn't even vote for ANWR, would not even vote for ANWR in Alaska, energy production that's so important. And Nancy Dahlstrom's the lieutenant governor there. We've got candidates all around the country in states, from California to Oregon, to Alaska, all the way over to Maine and Connecticut, where we have great opportunities to flip seats to get a larger majority so that we can get more done working with President Trump next year.
Do you have a strong feeling about who President Trump may select to be his running mate?
Look, I mean, we've all seen the short list. I know a lot of these members personally that are being looked at. He's got some really high quality people. And, President Trump, he's not going to tip his hat, I think, until the week of the convention. And, and it just builds up even more drama for people that are going to be watching the convention in Milwaukee. And I think it's going to be somebody who compliments him, who can help go out on the road and share that message. MAGA is not a tagline. MAGA, the left still doesn't understand what it means, but the idea of making America great again is something President Trump talked about since 2016. He's delivered on it. When you look at his first term, he was actually delivering on fixing all the problems that we were seeing in our country. And today, the whole world's on fire. America's got so many problems that Joe Biden created, and we can fix those problems. We can make America great again. And, having a vice president that's going to compliment him, I think he's going to have somebody who's ready to go to work, who's going to be energetic. Like him, nobody's going to have as much energy as Donald Trump. I don't know where he gets it from, but I really think that, when you look at the list that he's already kind of put out there, it's really high quality people.
It's expected to be a critical week in the campaign as we're expecting to see former President Trump and President Biden on a debate stage in the CNN presidential debate. I'm wondering what you are anticipating when they go toe-to-toe on the stage.
Yeah, I want to see a lot of contrast, President Biden is going to surely want to run away from his agenda. And President Trump, I think it's important that he makes President Biden own the results of his bad policies over the last 4 years, and then to continue to talk about what he would do, not just what Biden's done to make things worse, but just give people a reminder, because people, I think, forget just how good things were back when President Trump was in office. I mean, gasoline, Mike, was $1.78 a gallon. That was not that long ago, and we can get back there. But you have to have the right leadership. You have to have the right policies. And in contrast, I would just love to see a constant contrast when President Biden talks about whatever he might say he's going to do. Let's look at the record, Joe. Let's look at how it's worked out so far. Hadn't worked out well for families. Joe says, inflation isn't a real problem. We'll tell that to the single mom with 2 kids who's struggling to barely make ends meet and who has to choose between, can she fill up her car to go to the grocery store, or can she put enough groceries in her car at the end of a trip because it costs so much to buy things? All this is happening because of the Biden agenda. And just continue to put a mirror in front of Joe Biden and his policies and contrast that with where we were. We had low interest rates. We had low inflation. We had low energy costs under President Trump. And then Biden came in and declared war on that entire agenda and took specific actions to raise energy costs, to open the border, to weaken our military to the point where you see all of these bad actors around the world taking advantage of us and our friends.
He is the majority leader of the House of Representatives, Steve Scalise of the great state of Louisiana. Thank you so much for your time, sir. Have a great week.
Great being with you again, Mike.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out.
Hey, all you investors out there, I've got something you'll want to hear. There's an asset class you likely have never considered, yet it's outpaced the S&P 500 by 64% for nearly the past 30 years. I'm talking about blue-chip contemporary art. Fine art investing used to be limited to the ultra-wealthy, but thanks to Masterworks Advisors, you can now get in on this incredible asset class. Just text CLASS to 200-300 right now to skip the waitlist and unlock exclusive access to the blue-chip contemporary art market. Masterworks Advisors make it easy for you to invest in shares of multi-million-dollar arts from greats like Banksy, Basquiat, and Picasso. Text the word CLASS to 200-300 and unlock your access to fine art investing. Text CLASS to 200-300.
This advertisement relates to the provision of advisory services by Masterworks Advisors, LLC, and is not intended to offer or solicit investment in any securities. Masterworks Advisors is affiliated with Masterworks. ART versus S&P is based on data from 1995 to 2023.
See important disclosures and risks of investing at masterworks.com.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
I'm Audra Mazzani, Director of Career Education at Insight PA Cyber Charter School. At Insight PA, we prepare our students for their futures by starting their career journey in elementary school and helping them find their career pathways by high school. Our students take courses that give them a foundation in their area of interest with internship and certification opportunities in fields such as business, healthcare, and IT. To learn more about how Insight PA can shape your child's future beyond the classroom, visit insightpaschool.org.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
News rundown. The highly anticipated presidential debate happens this Thursday on CNN between President Biden and former President Trump.
President Biden is hunkering down with aides at Camp David in Maryland. The former president took the stage at Temple University to a roaring crowd. He's been focusing heavily on urban areas during this campaign.
The debate between President Biden and former President Trump will kick off this Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm Ted Lindner on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Wake up with Kayal Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I'm petrified of heights. I don't like to be spun in circles. I can't do like the tilt-a-whirl. It makes my stomach queasy.
Associate producer here, Jim Kelly, just came up with a great idea. For $2,000, would you be willing to get on one of those rides that you're so terrified of? All the money goes to the families behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
So the Jersey Devil Coaster, 58 miles an hour, 130-foot drop.
Honestly, Philadelphia seeks new morning show host who tragically perished on Boardwalk.
Do it right now. GregStockerStocks.com. All the money goes to the families behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Right now might be the best time ever to upgrade your old, inefficient water heater to a state-of-the-art Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater. It's eco-friendly, Energy Star certified for high efficiency, and will help lower your energy bills. Rebates and tax credits are now available that could save you thousands of dollars. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing professional about the Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater, or visit bradfordwhite.com to learn more.
Don't walk around with t-shirts and cover-ups at the pool or the beach this summer. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose weight the natural way, quickly and safely. Locations close by or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Get slimmer without any shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days guaranteed. NJDiet.com. Lose the weight for good.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
This is the Fox Business Report. The new trading week kicking off with the focus turning to earnings again. FedEx and Carnival Cruise Lines will be reporting financial results on Tuesday, while Levi Strauss, Micron Technology, and General Mills deliver earnings on Wednesday, and Nike reports on Thursday. On Friday, the PCE reading on inflation, which is the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, will be released. Economist Dennis Gartman believes that the market may be ready for a pullback.
I think we probably have seen our highs. Time shall tell. But to me, this looks very bubbly. It reminds me of the dot-com era in 1999 to 2001.
Also this week, new home sales figures will be released on Wednesday. The gross domestic product for the first quarter will be updated on Thursday, and the final reading for consumer sentiment for June comes on Friday. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Hillary Barsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
What's considered to be the first man-made plastic was patented in 1856. Later came Bakelite, cellophane, PVC, neoprene, polystyrene, nylon, Teflon, polyester, and more. Plastic production ramped up for World War II. Plastic use became more a part of Americans' everyday life in the 1960s and 70s. The term microplastic, tiny particles of plastic debris, was first used in an academic paper in 2004 about its accumulation in the ocean. We don't know exactly how microplastics might be affecting our health, but we do know there's a lot of it in the ocean. It's been in clouds, in the sky, our food, and in our bodies and bloodstream. A recent study finds it might be affecting men's reproductive health. Dr. Matthew Campins with University of Mexico College of Pharmacy.
Over the past 50 years, sperm count has dropped about 50%, and that's about the time frame of when microplastics have emerged into the planet and into our bodies. So we're worried that this could impact our sperm count. It can impact the quality and the capability or function of those sperm.
He spoke to Fox 26 Houston. Microplastics come from fishing nets, packaging, plastic bags, and bottles, tire debris, and other sources, including our clothes.
Microplastics are fragments of any type of plastic less than 5 millimeters in length.
Julia Yan is co-founder and CEO of Belina. It's a company that's come up with a prize-winning filter for washing machines.
We are focused specifically on microplastic fibers, also known as microfibers. These are tiny synthetic fibers shed from textiles made of materials like polyester, nylon, spandex, and acrylic. You've probably seen this on your clothing labels, but that happens during the washing, wearing, and disposal phases.
I mean, people, you think about things like plastic bottles. I don't know that a lot of people think about clothes when they think about as having a lot of plastic involved.
Yeah, exactly. I think a key link that people oftentimes aren't aware of or maybe don't understand are that the compounds used to produce synthetic fibers come from fossil fuel-derived resources like petroleum, natural gas, and petrochemicals, like these macro-scale plastics, like bottles. And so something that I think has been growing in terms of awareness, but it's still maybe a lot more unknown.
Is it too small for wastewater treatment to catch it, or is it just too prevalent for wastewater treatment to catch it?
Wastewater treatment plants are not an infallible gatekeeper. They let up to actually about 40% of microfibers they receive be discharged into water bodies. And the other issue really is that even when it goes through these treatment plants, it gets in the sludge, which then gets applied and gets into the soil and air. And so there are, I think, intervention points before wastewater treatment plants that we have to be thinking about.
There are studies suggesting microplastics could affect men's reproductive health, for example. What are some of the other studies on the health risks? Is it in our lungs? Does it affect our breathing? Is it hurting us?
I would say research is still coming out on creating a really comprehensive picture, but the signs that are already emerging are not positive. They've been detected beyond male testicles, but also in human placenta samples, in our blood, lungs, breast milk, heart tissue, saliva, liver, kidneys, and more. And they've been making headlines recently. I think the biggest issue really is that ingestion of microfibers happens in our food and drinking water. And so it's been found in fruits and vegetables, our seafood, table salt, even beer. And so it's coming from everywhere, and it's really ubiquitous in terms of its nature and where it is inside our bodies. The issue really is that they also tend to be sticky, and so they can accumulate other pollutants and have heavy metals and persistent organic pollutants, other things that make this tiny threat even more, I would say, worrisome for us.
So do they accumulate in our bodies, or do we expel much of it?
They do accumulate. Another issue is they're so small that they're actually able to pass through our blood-brain barrier. And so it's actually really tough. I would say the scientific studies are trying to figure out, is there anyone that doesn't have any in our bodies? And so far, that's been really, really tough to find.
I mean, look, plastic really took off. It's been around for longer than this, but it really took off for widespread use, 50, 55 years ago. Now, is this something we're just learning more about, or recently, or is it a cumulative thing where there's just more of it in the environment now, or maybe I guess it's both?
I would say it's both. I think to me, it kind of reminds me of the lead issue, or even PFAS, which have been contaminants for a really long time. But I think public awareness around it is what's causing it to bring this issue into the limelight. And so it's been a problem, I think, since the inception of, textile manufacturing. And you can look to other things like occupational health studies and marine organism studies to think about that. But I think just the worldview around it is more and more so reaching a peak these years. And in the last 5 years or so, it's really been coming to fruition.
Is it too early to draw a definitive link between microplastics and things like low sperm count, maybe breathing difficulties or other health problems that may be more prevalent now?
Yeah, I would say all these studies, which include, ecotoxicity and toxicokinetics, thinking about things like that and the effect on human health are still emerging. But I think that it's clear that the science is there and we know enough to act. And so while those clear linkages aren't being made just yet, I think that research is happening in the next few years or so that really brings that to light. I do think the human health studies are coming out. It's not complete, but it's not negative. And so we should be starting to take small actions that we can today to start addressing these larger issues.
Well, what are some things, we can get into the source too, but what are some things that just you and I can do to not generate so much microplastic, A, and B, to try to ingest less of it?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think for the individual consumer, there's a lot we could actually be doing, mostly around our laundry habits. I think there's a lot of misconceptions maybe around laundry. I think first off, we can wash our clothes less frequently, only when they're dirty. You could also fill your washing machine to capacity to reduce the number of wash cycles needed, so run fuller loads. Also check for clothing labels, and if you can and you're able to, opt for products made from natural materials like cotton and hemp and those kind of options. Other things you could do are support eco-conscious brands that prioritize sustainability and reduce microplastic pollution, and also consider secondhand clothing to reduce demand for new textiles. The last thing, maybe more of a plug for what we work on, is filtration. There are filters on the market that you can install or use in your washing machine that can already capture a lot of what's being emitted before it gets into wastewater, before it gets into our oceans and drinking water.
I mean, there are others, of course, but how does your laundry filter work? Works with any machine? You just install it?
Exactly. Yeah. I think what makes us different is we're actually inside the machine drum. We attach inside the drainage holes of your machine, and so that way the water can run through the device. We leverage the natural motion of water during the wash cycle to wash or to capture without the use of any external energy sources or batteries or power. And so what we're trying to do here is create small changes to people's laundry routines that can collectively help to drive really meaningful impact upstream.
I know that, it takes time for these things to happen, but someday, the washing machine manufacturers could just put them in there before they sell the machines. Is that something that anybody's talking about?
Yeah, exactly. That's really what we're thinking about. And so some of our pilots right now are with these larger appliance manufacturers, thinking about ways that we could, in theory, just integrate our technology directly into the next generation of machines. Hopefully the onus shouldn't be on consumers at the end of this long supply chain to have to take on all this action, when really the problem is happening further and further upstream. And so we're thinking about it. There are other companies as well. I don't want to say that we're the only ones thinking about this, but I think it definitely is a direction that regulation is moving us towards, especially happening in the EU, being led by France, and maybe propping up in the U.S. and California and other states.
So, eventually, looking upstream, is this going to be reduced at the source in some way, or are there some things that we're just not going to be able to avoid?
I think that there's more and more in terms of trends in the textile manufacturing industry and the fashion industry to look more and more upstream. How can we affect change at the manufacturing level, at the mill level? And brands are even thinking about pushing this. And so I definitely do think there's potential. And I have optimism around this and the fact that maybe we can get closer and closer to the source. Eventually we can make the right material choices from the get-go, knowing what's creating the biggest problem for microplastics and fiber shed, and just phase that out of what we're creating in terms of clothing and textile manufacturing in the first place.
Julia Yan is a CEO and co-founder of Bellina. They've developed, and I guess can you buy them? Can you buy these washing machine filters?
Not yet. Hopefully soon. We've been building, and it's been 2 years in the making as far as when we started the company. But we do have a wait list up on our website, and hopefully, you'll see more about us in the coming years.
You're also a fellow at the 776 Foundation, so you get a grant. They give grants to support young people working on projects to fight climate change, right? Instead of going to college.
It was founded by the former co-founder of Reddit, Alexis Ohanian, and it's been great. It's a cohort of 20 per year, 18 to 24-year-olds working on climate change, and it just feels so inspiring. The energy makes me feel so hopeful. I think of where our generation is trying to go in terms of trying to solve these problems, and so incredibly supportive initiative, hugely impactful, and something that I, hope to be involved in for a long time.
All right. Well, y'all are going to save the world. Thanks. Appreciate it. Julia, thanks for coming on the Fox News Rundown.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this summer with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
This summer's temperatures are getting hot, hot, hot. Luckily, Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating is here to help keep you cool. Right now, get $50 off same-day AC repair. Or go ahead and upgrade that old unit and save up to $3,700 toward a new full home comfort system. Same-day service, expert technicians, and a job done right the first time. Need service today? Visit HutchComfort.com, and Hutchinson's help is on the way.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia police officer remains in critical condition after investigators say he was shot while on the job. Police have identified the woman they believe was killed in a domestic-related incident over the weekend, and today marks 2 years since the Supreme Court's controversial ruling to overturn Roe v. Wade.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code EARN.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans. When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer. When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Ted Lindner. Multiple people are dead following an attack on houses of worship and a police post in Russia's southernmost province. Fox's John Scott.
Russia is launching a terror investigation after gunmen opened fire on multiple churches, synagogues, and a police post. This happening earlier today across the country's southernmost province. Several police officers and a priest were killed in the apparently coordinated attacks. More than 24 others are hurt. Officials say a number of militants also were killed, and a synagogue was set on fire during those attacks. The Kremlin has yet to respond.
The Russian Anti-Terrorist Committee claiming the gunmen were eliminated. And at this year's Hajj pilgrimage in Saudi Arabia, more than 1,300 dead from walking long distances in extreme heat, more than 80% reportedly unauthorized pilgrims. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The U.S. men's national soccer team topped Bolivia to open up play in the Copa America tournament Sunday. Christian Pulisic with a goal and an assist. In the European Championships, Germany wins Group A after a 1-1 draw with Switzerland, who finished second. Hungary beat Scotland 1-0 on a goal in the 100th minute to finish third. To NASCAR, Christopher Bell swept the weekend in New Hampshire with Xfinity Series and Cup Series victories. In Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals tonight in Florida, the Panthers looking for their first championship. The Edmonton Oilers looking to become the first team since 1942 to come back from 3-0 down in the final. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
This may be the least interesting NBA Finals in my lifetime. In fact, the least watched Game 4 in NBA Finals history. This NBA Finals, average margin of victory, 17.6 points per game. The quality of basketball, not very good. Least watched game 4 ever, again excluding the pandemic year. Even with the Boston Celtics winning a record 18th title, I cannot find myself getting that excited and emotional about Jason Tatum breaking through with his first NBA title in his 7th year, or the emergence of Jaylen Brown as a star in the NBA. I just can't get excited about this. And I'll be honest, watching a lot of that game last night, I don't feel like Boston was that excited about it. It felt strangely lukewarm. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
So tell us a little bit more about the Morgan & Morgan law practice.
We sitting here talking about law practice? It's not a game. Not a game. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, we got full court domination.
No more questions.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Morgan Ortagus.
What's on your mind?
Across the world, President Biden's foreign policy has ceded ground to enemies of the U.S. Now, after decades of development work and hundreds of billions of dollars in aid to Africa, including saving countless lives through PEPFAR, the U.S. is rapidly losing the continent to warlords, Russian mercenaries, and the Chinese Communist Party. In March, in a massive diplomatic failure, our military was unceremoniously asked to leave Niger. Russian forces have taken over the newly vacated barracks built during the Trump administration to house counter-terror forces. This failure encapsulates how our enemies have taken advantage of U.S. investments in Africa for their own purposes. For the past 30 years, the Chinese foreign minister's first foreign trip has always been to Africa. This has paid enormous dividends for China. In 2001, the U.S. traded roughly 4 times more with Africa than China. That ratio has since been reversed. In 2021, China traded $254 billion to America's only $64 billion. There are now over 10,000 Chinese companies operating in Africa with over $2 trillion in value. We focus so much on aid that we completely neglected trade. In short, Biden's Africa policy has failed. These causes are legion, but to paraphrase Woody Allen, 90% of success is just about showing up. But President Biden has yet to visit the continent. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has paid many visits to Africa, as he has to Belgium. The consequences of this neglect are serious. During the Trump administration, Sudan joined the Abraham Accords, was removed from the state sponsor of terror list, and was on a path to greater prosperity and stability. The Biden administration was caught flat-footed by the emergence of a civil war in Sudan, which has now thrust 5 million Sudanese women and children into near famine. The U.S. still has no credible plan to end the war, and the administration pays little to no attention to it, despite far greater humanitarian problems than anywhere else on the planet. Increasingly, countries think they don't need America since they have Beijing for the commercial needs and Moscow for their security needs. China and Russia are winning across the continent. The U.S. must start fighting and winning the great power competition in Africa. First, America needs to counter Chinese influence across the continent. That starts with trade. The U.S. must be able to close deals and build markets for our companies. Our embassies and diplomats must each serve as an ambassador of American commerce, helping our companies enter and win the economic competition. It is capitalism, not communism, that has lifted billions around the world out of poverty. Responsible African leaders realize the best way to help their poor is through education and entrepreneurship. It is not with a hand out, but with a hand up through American-supported educational and entrepreneurial opportunities that Americans will go closer with Africans. Another way that America can compete in Africa is through robust energy exports, particularly by developing natural gas infrastructure. The first steps to succeeding here is ending Biden's political LNG export ban that kneecaps American companies and causes countries across the world to develop Russian and Qatari LNG imports instead. Africa has the potential to be the continent of the 21st century. The U.S. must position itself to be the economic partner of choice. I'm Morgan Ortagus, the former U.S. State Department spokesperson under President Trump, and I am the founder of Polaris National Security. I also co-wrote this piece with Michigan Congressman John James.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Send the Philly Stars to the Lone Star State for the 2024 All-Star Game.
Electric here at Citizens Bank Park.
Vote for your Phils 5 times daily at phillies.com/vote. Who said sustainable can't be stylish? All fans will receive a stylish and sustainable Phillies cap presented by PGW on Friday, July 12th at 6:40 when the A's visit CBP. Snag your seats today at phillies.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you know a veteran in need? Nation's Finest, through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, helps veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada, helping thousands of veterans every year. Visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And happy Monday to you. Welcome to it. Yes, it is Monday, a new week, a brand new week. And it's still Mike Opelka sitting in for Nick Kayal and Kayal and Company. Although I'm checking online, the tracker. Yes, the tracker is showing that Nick Kayal is in the region. He has arrived. Gregory, good morning. Dawn, good morning. Are you getting the same confirmation?
Good morning, yes.
Confirmation, yes. He had he tweeted over the weekend that the family is all moved up here and he's good and he was enjoying a tequila. So
just one tequila?
Wow, yeah, I'm sure not just one tequila, but who can just stop at one?
Well, when you get to 7, you become a superhero.
It's true. It's absolutely true.
And then the 8th one usually followed by a taser.
Yep.
Not that I've had experience with that.
No.
But I would. But Dawn, how was your weekend?
Great. Some storms moving through. We saw power outages this morning.
Really?
But, yeah.
I kept getting the warning or the alert from that neighborhood page. I don't know if you're on one of those things. We have the Ring cameras, and they connect to this neighborhood thing, and it's, people are saying, anyone have power outage? I'm like, you obviously don't if you're sending this in.
True. That's a good point.
We only had rain for about 20 minutes in the Delaware last night, and now it's just swampy. It's cooler, but it's just swampy outside.
Yeah.
So, yuck. Gregory?
Yes, good.
You obviously look like you slept all weekend.
No.
You look rested. You look very rested.
I am rested, yes. Very rested.
You do appear rested.
It was hot. It was damn hot. Damn hot this weekend. Thank you very much.
Damn hot. All right, we've got a ton of stuff from the weekend, not just the damn heat. Trump was in town. We had some good stuff happening at the ballpark this weekend. Craziness on the golf course and the tennis courts.
Did you go, Dawn? Did you go to the Leacourse Center?
I was not able to go.
Okay.
So I'm bummed out that I couldn't go.
We monitored Saturday night while it was happening during the program.
The program, yes.
Mr. Trump came on stage as things were getting underway here at 7 p.m. And he talked till almost 8:30. So if you want to talk about, Joe Biden's practicing standing for 90 minutes, Trump's already there. That's seriously, ABC News, I think it was ABC News reporting part of his debate prep was to stand for 90 minutes.
Cool.
How about that for confidence building?
Awesome.
We'll get into all that. A great cut sheet today. Might last. Some of it might actually carry over till tomorrow when Nick returns. But we have to get to the news. Dawn Stensland, of course, kicking off our week with the news.
Yes, and good morning. We are sponsored this morning, bright and early, 6 a.m. We are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union this morning in Kayal and Company News Live. And a balmy 80 degrees this morning with the heat health emergency lifted, well, momentarily at least. So we've had some stormy weather, severe storms moving through. I'll talk about the forecast in a moment. But let's get to a Philadelphia police officer in critical condition this morning in the ICU after a suspected gunman is in custody, and we now know the identity of that suspect. The Philadelphia police officer shot, critically injured. This happened over the weekend, Saturday night, in the Kensington section of the city. So the gunman in custody is being identified as 36-year-old Ramon Rodriguez Vasquez. It all began during a traffic stop where officers saw a holster, and police say that's when the suspect fled from the scene. While doing so, he fired 3 times at those officers. So when that happened, one of the officers shot in the neck. His partner then was able to return fire and rush the wounded officer to Temple University Hospital. And I know that Mayor Sherrell Parker has held a news conference over the weekend, as well as Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel speaking right outside of Temple University Hospital late Saturday night. So you think of everything that happened Saturday night in Philadelphia. You had Trump speaking and addressing people in the city, saying that, few communities in the nation have suffered as much as, especially North Philadelphia. You think of the high crime and all of that. And then hours later, you see what happened not so far from where President Trump was speaking, in fact, and now this officer right at Temple University Hospital as he's recovering. We're told that he underwent surgery, and so critical but stable condition. A lot of prayers for the officer. We know that he's been on the force about 6.5 years. He is a married father, and many speaking out about this morning. As far as the suspect, he's obviously in custody facing serious charges. But after shooting at the officers, then went and there was a barricade situation where he held somebody hostage, in fact, allegedly. So all of that still under investigation. But the barricade situation, as far as that one, I know that one of the people who'd been held was speaking out. That person survived that situation. That was Philadelphia. That was just Saturday night.
Wow, Saturday, quite a day in this town. But that prayers up for this officer and my God, the family.
So we have the weekend's hot, humid stretch of weather, culminating into some damaging storms that happened late yesterday afternoon. And I don't know if any of you were awakened by all the lightning strikes. quite a rock and rollin' night last night, overnight, with all the lightning, as we needed the rain, but certainly not those storms, high winds. We have some downed trees, even some road closures because of that. Not to mention what's going on at the Philadelphia airport this morning. 37 flights at least canceled, another 35 at least delayed this morning. Philadelphia International Airport, American Airlines especially struck by this. So delays, long TSA lines. You don't usually see this, especially on a Monday morning at Philadelphia International, but they're saying that just yesterday, 48 cancellations.
So these delays and cancellations are because incoming equipment wasn't there to take people out this morning?
Because of, in other words, as you all know, it's the old, effect of the domino effect.
Yeah, the flights delayed yesterday affect flights today because they need the equipment. But, those long TSA lines, Dawn, don't you know the way to get around them?
Well, you go to Staples or wherever and you get your clearance.
No. You just tell them you're here illegally. They have a special line. If you're here illegally, you don't even need an ID. You don't have to take off your shoes. Nothing. There's a whole bunch of people. Aren't they still sleeping at the airport? So you go there and you ask them, "Donde vamos? Where are we going?" And then you tell them, and they show you the TSA line. That's for the illegals only. It's fabulous.
Well, news you can use, but not for us.
I know it's wrong.
They're saying that 1/3 to half of all the flights on major carriers have been delayed. I think they're trying to work through this, but as you mentioned, Mike, it's the backlog from overnight. So baggage also piling up, a lot of frustrations. And so we'll keep updating you on that one. And yes, as Mike Opelka said, unfortunately, some passengers were sleeping at the airport, stuck at the airport, and others just not knowing where their bags are at this moment. So we're watching that one. We also have a Temple University student in custody after he is accused of murdering another student in North Philadelphia. Officers responding to the 1400 block of Willington Street, and this happened 4 a.m. Saturday morning. It was a reported medical emergency. That's when they found the body of a 20-year-old woman inside. They said she had been beaten to death, and they identified that victim as nursing student Milan Jones of Philadelphia. It looks like at this point this is a domestic situation, and so this one under investigation. I'll have more details for you, as well as, of course, I know we'll talk about former President Donald J. Trump here in Philadelphia, rocking the house at the Liacouras Center over the weekend, and speaking to all the Trump supporters, Temple University, in the evening in this key battleground state, of course, of Pennsylvania. Senate hopeful, Republican Senate hopeful Dave McCormick was one of those invited guests. First time McCormick and Trump on a stage where McCormick is endorsing Trump and vice versa. So on stage together. So a great night for them in Philadelphia for sure. Jill Biden, just a programming note and a traffic note. Jill Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, in Philadelphia this evening for a fundraiser. So we'll be looking for some road closures this afternoon as she makes her arrival and does her speech.
Great. Excited about that. Thank you, Dr. Jill.
And we do have our Phillies beating the Diamondbacks 4-1. I don't think it's not a home game tonight for us, but playing tonight this evening as well. The heat emergency lifted in Philadelphia for today. I did mention that one, but we'll heat up again. We'll be 95 by Wednesday with some storms headed in. As far as the forecast, believe it or not, this is the first day where the forecast high is not 90 degrees. Now, we're in the upper 80s, lower humidity, and even though we'll pop back up into the low 90s tomorrow, I'll tell you that it's still lower humidity until we hit Wednesday. That's when we strike 95 degrees with what we could see some severe storms moving through later in the day on Wednesday. So watching that one very carefully. As far as our sponsor this morning, got to get our sponsor in. Thank you, First Harvest Credit Union, for sponsoring our news this morning. If you've got big dreams, not big funds, a home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union does offer flexible terms and some great rates for an affordable payment to turn your dreams into reality. Just visit firstharvestcu.com. Membership restrictions apply. Equal housing lender insured by NCUA. So thank you, First Harvest Credit Union. Kayal Company News Live.
Thank you, Dawn. I just think it's Detroit tonight, right? We're off to Detroit for a series. Now, that Saturday game was insane. It was like 75-1.
Yeah.
I'm trying to watch the game and prep for the Saturday night show, and I'm going, wait a minute, another score? Another score? And then they had a country music concert in the stadium after the game.
Did they? Yeah.
One of my golf buddies went to the game, and I was giving him a hard time because I thought he would have left early when it was like 65-1.
Yeah.
And he said, no, they stayed for the whole game and for the concert. And he was as red as a beet, too.
I can't imagine how hot it was. Saturday was brutal. It was brutal.
It was tough.
Friday was no picnic either.
Well, it's just been, I don't know, what do we call this? Summer.
Well, this is a heat dome, right?
Yeah, the heat. Well, we had to come up with a new term to scare people. New weather dome. Fear porn, ladies and gentlemen. Because we have, what are the ones they have in the winter? Oh no, it was a polar vortex.
Polar vortex in the winter, yes.
Yeah, and now we have what's the next one going to be? It's the Mother Nature's flamethrower is coming down.
Well, I saw that the other day. The world broke like 1,400 temperature records. So
it doesn't count if you count the suburbs, each little town next to you. Well, yeah.
Well, even the storms, that Dawn was reporting last night. We had rain last night, but I didn't hear any storms.
We had lightning and thunder.
Yeah, we had starting about 6 o'clock. We had thunder and lightning whipping through. It's a pretty heavy wind, and not to bring it to golf automatically.
Yeah.
But the tournament in Connecticut was started early because of the weather plans.
Yeah.
They started the tee times 3 hours ahead of schedule so they could get the game in, and they did. But it was crazy. Is the rain that's coming this week, Dawn, is that the rain that soaked Iowa where all those people are flooded now?
I believe so. I'm not, and that's the other piece of it. So we have, as far as Phil's with the Tigers, they're at Detroit. Mm-hmm. So that's today, tomorrow, and then Wednesday. So maybe they'll dodge some of the weather here. As far as that goes, they're 2 night games, and then Wednesdays is a 1 o'clock. Then they come back home Thursday for the Marlins, an evening game. Then they'll Marlins, it's a 4-game series. But as far as Wednesday, so we won't have any baseball impacted here locally because they're not home games, obviously today, tomorrow, Wednesday. But it looks like for Wednesday, we could have some very severe weather moving through. And that looks like it's going to hit Wednesday afternoon.
Oh, perfect.
95 degrees.
Just in time for people going to the stadium if they are. Oh, no, that's in Detroit.
It'd be Detroit. So I don't know that Detroit has the storms that we have coming into us this week.
Just as long as Thursday night, when the debate is starting, there are no storms, because I don't want any damn power outages. When I've got my debate catering planned, we're doing a lovely crudité to open up, and a nice Chardonnay for the first round, and then we're going to have a Cabernet for the second half, and hopefully we'll crack a little sparkling at the end.
Nice.
And toast Donald Trump.
Yeah, very nice.
So make your debate catering plans now and get it done, and order from Wegmans or whomever.
I have to say one thing, which I'm very curious about, and maybe Michael Pelka, Dawn Stanslin, you guys can clue me in on things. Why has the narrative now changed? Like, Donald Trump, we've always said, is the best debater, right? He's that's his craft. That's what. Why is everybody lowering the expectations and saying that Biden is going to be juiced up and therefore it's not going to be a fair debate?
Well, they're saying Trump has kind of taken the tack that Biden's a great debater now, because the television networks were saying, well, all he's got to do, all Biden has to do is get through this, and it's a win for him. But now Donald Trump has started saying what a great debater he is, and we'll see how he does. And then in Philly, what did he say? Well, he's doing some prep right now, and he'll forget an hour later.
He said right now he's going to be all jacked up and he's going to get shot in the ass with something. I have a little bit of that. Phil, if you want to pull up cuts, since we're doing the Trump debate, I can preview a little bit of it for you. This is cut 10, Phil, if you want to bring this up. This is what Trump said about the debate that is happening this Thursday. Cut 10, Phil, go.
So tonight, we'll refer to him as Sleepy Joe, because right now, as you know, it's been reported that right now Crooked Joe's gone to a log cabin to study, prepare. No, he didn't. He's sleeping now. Because they want to get him good and strong, so a little before debate time he gets a shot in the ass, and they want to strengthen him up. So he comes out. He'll come out. I say he'll come out all jacked up, right? All jacked up. Now, will anybody be watching the debate on Thursday night? I'm shocked. No, I'm shocked. But they've taken so much fun out of it. There's no audience. They actually wanted us to sit down. I said, look, I really want to do this thing. What happened is they gave me something that couldn't be accepted. They gave me an offer I couldn't accept, and I said, I'll do it. Number one, it was CNN fake news, right? Who hates Trump. Then it was Fake Tapper, who really hates Trump. And Dana Bash. Then it was, it's Dana, it's not Dana, it's Dana. You know that, right? Right? It's Dana, right? Isn't it? It's either. Scherzinger. Then they said, think of this, but no audience. It's like death. There's two us and two of them. It's like death. This could be the most boring, or it could be quite exciting. Who knows?
It just seems like he's lowering expectations. It could be good, it could be not. They're going to shoot him in the ass. They could, he's going to be all jacked up. Like, what are we doing?
He's just riffing.
Okay.
That's the thing. He's just having fun with his audience. Yeah, he's not. I don't really. I just think he's riffing.
Well, a couple of things. The statement that they're going to shoot him in the ass was something.
Yes.
This morning, CNN took exception to that, and they bleeped it and then pointed it out. They actually what came on air, Casey Hunt or whoever's on there, came on and said, well, he said said something else. We actually had to bleep it when he said shoot him in the you-know-what, basically.
They beeped that?
Yes. And this is the network that when Donald Trump said S-hole countries, repeated it 7,000 times in 10 minutes. Each anchor has said the actual word without saying S-hole. They said it. But they bleep this. They've now found some sort of moral compass, I guess, at CNN.
And don't they, I know it's not CNN, but over on MSNBC, don't they, Joe Scarborough curses regularly, doesn't he?
Yes.
He does, but they bleep him. They do so.
They don't always bleep him.
Well, that's true.
Yeah. And it's just, honestly, it's cable news. They can do whatever they want to. Nobody, it's cable. They don't have the same restrictions, FCC restrictions, that 3, 6, and 10 do.
It's just they are so hypocritical on every level. But to bleep that out and then to point it out as if that's a big deal. By the way, Ronnie Jackson, former White House doctor, now congressman in Texas, and served 4 presidents, has demanded he's writing a letter today to demand a before and after drug test of Joe Biden. Which,
I'm all for. That'd be great.
Well, I'm not. What do you want? Everybody has to be tested. Is this really? Are they going to test them for the Joe Rogan alert substance? You know what I mean? Where does it end? Really, you want drug testing?
Well, only from one standpoint, Dawn, and I agree with you, because now we're descending into a level of madness. But if Biden comes off like he did at the State of the Union, I want to know what he's taking. Honestly, because I'm thinking we bottle that, we're all, the morning radio can be tough some days. You go to your jar of Biden bots or Biden chewables, and maybe you're ready. I'm not going to tell you which band, but back in my crazy radio and video days, Gregory, I was backstage at a Budweiser Superfest, and only because you're wearing a Budweiser T-shirt today.
Yeah, this is an old school Budweiser T-shirt.
Like, cool.
Like a 70s.
Old school Budweiser Superfest, where they had a bunch of popular bands in the urban format.
Okay, yes.
And one of the big bands with hits in the 80s backstage in their dressing room. And a guy walked in the room, and everybody went, "Doctor's here!" And they all lined up along this couch in the dressing room and leaned over the couch. And he went by and gave everybody a shot in the right cheek. And one of the guys named Ronnie goes, "You want a little B12?" And I said, "No, I'm good. Thank you. I'm okay."
But most of that stuff, the truth is that they take, it's like shots of vitamin B6.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's not like cocaine. It's not like Bernie Sanders talking about cocaine.
Yeah.
Right. It's vitamin B6. It's peptides. It's all the probably Tom Brady stuff. So
well, you would hope our president isn't jacked up on something, but just because his son is, we make that leap. It's a comedic leap.
I don't know. I just feel like all of a sudden, because it's not just, I know Don said Trump is riffing, but now it's all the talking heads on TV are saying the exact same thing. Well, he's going to be, it's not going to be fair because he's going to be jacked up on something. Like, Trump's either good at debating or he's not. Like why is the narrative changing now all of a sudden? You know what I mean?
I think it's changing expectations. You know, the networks were lowering the expectations for Biden's performance, and Trump was trying to raise them. Because if you expect Biden, a 50-year politician who's done speeches on the floor of the Senate and handled investigations into Supreme Court justice nominees, he's handled the camera well, and we've only seen this decline in the last really 5 years. So Trump's trying to get the expectations up to the old levels that if Biden slips a little, we can say, oh, they're doing the same thing to Trump. If he messes up one word, and he said this somewhere, I think we haven't, he said, if I screw up one word, they say cognitive decline.
Yes.
But in Biden, it's constant cognitive decline. So I actually think the strategy from Trump is good. And the fact that he wasn't, I watched the Ralph Reed event, the Faith and Freedom thing, and he was pretty highbrow in that. He didn't come out and say they're going to shoot him in the ass with something. So there is a definite plan, and he does seem to be sticking to it. He even said, I'm trying not to curse as much.
Well, that's
good. But yeah, and he said, but I have to let a couple of them go in. You can't quit cold turkey, I guess. It is. We have to take a break here, I think.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes.
It is 24 minutes after 6 o'clock. It's Opelka. In one more day, I'm here today for Nick Kayal. Nick is in the region. The tracker has been blinking. It's in the region, so we know he'll be here tomorrow. I'm sure his muscles are relaxing today after offloading all the furniture. Yes. And we'll get to everything. There's so much to get to. Did you know a sneeze could kill you? Yes, we have to talk about that. My wife has already messaged me watching on YouTube saying, how many logos are you going to wear today?
Well, that's true. You are Mr. Logo. I do like your old school T-shirt, and I'm not going to give it away. Go over to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. See, Mike, that's a little teasing.
Donna says, Dawn is so classy. Why are you wearing a stupid T-shirt and a Trump insulting hat?
Well, that's what I mean. But she classes up the station and the program.
Why, thank you.
So I'm not changing my clothes, honey, but thanks for watching on YouTube. Now smash the like button.
Thank you.
We'll be right back on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've had nugs dipped in sauce, but have you ever had nugs covered in sauce? Enter Wendy's new Saucy Nugs. 7 saucy ways to enjoy the nugs you love. With flavors from buffalo to honey barbecue, garlic parm to spicy ghost pepper. No matter what flavor you're craving, Wendy's has you covered. With nugs, covered in sauce. For a whole new way to nug, try Wendy's new Saucy Nugs today. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
The ride you want is what we've got. So, drive a little. Save a lot. At TurnersvilleJeep.com. Come to Turnersville and get incredible zero-down lease deals on a massive inventory of new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks. That's right. Save big with special zero-down lease deals at Turnersville. The ride you want is what we've got. So, drive a little. Save a lot. TurnersvilleJeep.com. Your premier tri-state Jeep, Ram, Dodge, Chrysler, and Wagoneer dealer.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra in North Wildwood in Ocean City, New Jersey.
The satire on all of the Eagles and the Phillies, oh my goodness, it was just too hilarious.
His daughter's amazingly a great singer, but I didn't know everybody in the family was that good of a singer. I mean, I absolutely loved it.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood, Saturday, June 29, and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey on Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
It is 6:30 on a Monday morning, and welcome to Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal returns tomorrow A man with sore muscles, but a family with him here in town. A great bit of news to see that Nick had made it in. It's Mike Opelka with Dawn and Gregory and all of you. And of course, Phil and Henry here, propping us up, keeping us on the rails. Anybody else watching the WNBA this weekend? No, me neither. No. Although I did see 3-on-3 basketball is now a thing on network television. Have you seen this?
Oh, the Ice Cube thing?
3-ball. Yeah, I think Ice Cube and Dr. J is a coach of a team.
Yep.
I got to tell you, I'm watching that.
The Big Three, it's called, or something like that.
I'm watching that.
Yeah?
Yeah, and it's really good stuff. And I'm watching it and seeing a lot of fans in the stands. I wonder if they'll be able to make a profit before the WNBA does. I'm just throwing this out there. I'm not being anti-WNBA.
No, I got you.
But it's really interesting basketball. And it started, I believe, in Lower Manhattan. There's a famous basketball court right there by NYU in the West Village. And they would have 3-on-3 games that were just insane. There's a documentary about it. And now it's a thing, and it was on network television. And I'm looking at him and going, that coach looks a lot like an old Dr. J.
Yep.
And it is an old Dr. J.
Indeed.
But the game is interesting because they have on the court, the 3-point line, but they also have circles farther out that have a number 4 on them. And if you're standing there and make a shot, it's 4 points.
Yep.
So it's actually interesting. It's a half-court game that I think is going to hopefully catch on faster than pickleball, but I could be wrong. I know Dawn's going to roll her eyes when I bring up golf, but Dawn,
I'm not
golf.
rolling my eyes.
No, I can hear him. You saw your brain the last time I mentioned golf so early, but that's okay. But there was a golf news story yesterday at the end of the huge tournament up in Hartford, Connecticut. And I mentioned they started the tournament final round early because of the rain. And there was a major moment at the very end. They're on the 18th hole, the 72nd hole of the tournament. You had Scotty Scheffler and Tom Kim, and they're both playing for the title. And if Scotty Scheffler makes his putt, he wins. And if Tom Kim gets in a birdie, he's going to tie, and they have to go to a playoff. And they're both lining up their shots, and then a bunch of idiots, jackwagons, climate protesters ran onto the course and actually got through the security, which I thought was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Because there were tens of thousands of people ringing the last green. I think we have the video of it, do we not?
We do, yeah. If, Phil, you want to grab up cut 17 here, my friend, go. They curse. So
yeah,
look at him tackling him. Look at that.
There was a flying tackle by one of the cops.
Wow.
And they dragged them off, kicking and screaming. When they first came out of the crowd and onto the green, they threw these like smoke bombs. And one was red and one was white and one appeared to be green. And I immediately thought, oh, Palestinian flag. These are going to be anti-Israel people. Nope. But it turns out they had T-shirts on for some kind of environmental.
For the planet.
Yeah, that's right. They said if there's no planet, there's no golf.
Yeah. No golf on a dead planet. Because they say golf courses are bad for the environment.
I mean,
the ecosystem.
I mean, I'm not a climate guy, but,
They kind of are.
They kind of are.
Well, I think Joe Biden.
I don't care, but they kind of are.
All
I
you
think
have to
Biden
do
might be with them, though. I think Joe Biden has indicated us that.
I see a future of the planet.
Yes. Kind of paused there.
And he goes, anyway.
Not a joke.
They are facing multiple charges.
Good.
Because they delayed the Travelers Championship, which Scotty Scheffler won.
Yes, and the one-hole playoff. He did a great job on that. But the amazing thing is how cool they both stayed. Scotty Scheffler and Tom Kim, and there was another guy there, Batria, who was out of it by then. He was like 5 strokes back. But they stayed so calm on the green. And the substances that were thrown into the air and then dyed the green a little bit. How do you know what they were? I'm old enough to remember the anthrax scare of 2001.
Yeah.
And it only takes one idiot to go out there and throw some stuff like that. But they were very calm, cool, and collected and finished the hole. But it ended up going to a tie in a playoff. And Dawn said Scotty won. $3.6 million, I think, was his paycheck yesterday.
Sweet. Yeah, Scotty's like, look, I don't want another mugshot taken. I'm just standing back. I got nothing to do with this. I didn't do it.
Well, I'm there. I'm thinking, well, I don't have my driver, but I've got a putter, and I can swing this putter pretty hard. But the cops were so fast and tackled those people.
They were.
One of them looked like the ghost of Sinead O'Connor had infiltrated her body.
And did the golf announcer say, and we're now on the 18th hole, and it looks like Sinead O'Connor's ghost is throwing red and white powder.
And the cops have taken them down. But the as they were dragging them off, kicking and screaming, there were about 6 or 7 of them, I guess. The crowd initially started chanting USA, USA, which was nice.
Yeah.
They've been in the sun all day in Hartford drinking.
Oh, yeah, I can't imagine.
There were some faces in that crowd that looked like they were going to be trouble, after the match. But then once they were grabbing him, the people were screaming. They were screaming,
Yeah.
Yes. And suddenly
That's what we
the
had to beep
networks
out,
like,
yeah.
turn off the mics on the course.
I know.
Turn off. And it went really quiet.
Yep.
And nobody in the booth knew what to say. So it was very quiet for a while. It was an incredible moment, but it's also letting us know, are we going to now have to scan everybody? Because those folks got in and they had to carry, the 3 of them that had the little smoke bomby things, had to get those past security.
True.
And you had to have some money, because a ticket to the final round of a big golf tournament, it ain't cheap. That's probably somewhere between a $75 and $100 ticket.
Well, they are named, their group is called Extinction Rebellion.
Cool.
They do have a history of disrupting events around the world. They're the ones that claimed responsibility for the protest. They released a statement, and they said golf, more than other events, is heavily reliant on good weather. Golf fans should therefore understand better than most the need for strong, immediate climate action.
I was just reading, because it was a slow day on Sunday, I was just reading Greta Thunberg's old tweets. Because, when you really need to go to sleep, you go back and...
That's what you do?
read.
That's what you do for relaxation?
Yeah. How dare you? But 7 years ago, she tweeted that, it was like 7 years ago last week, she tweeted that we had 5 years left.
Oh, wow. Well, we're on borrowed time then, aren't we?
So,
I think we've been on borrowed time since the 70s.
Since Al Gore.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the 70s is when we were told that the Ice Age was coming.
I
And
know.
we were all going to freeze. And there's that
that's what I
Leonard
mean.
Nimoy
Yep.
episode of him saying it. But, the climate people, they can protest, but you're not allowed to disrupt events. They're golf insurrectionists as far as I'm concerned.
Golf insurrectionists.
Is that wrong?
I think you're right. Why did they get away with that? And they have this red. I mean, there were people who were legitimately scared. It was a red powder, a white powder. You know what I mean? People didn't know what it was, but they are facing charges. I don't see what their charges are. I don't see the official charges yet. Just the headlines that they do face multiple charges. So we'll see.
Want to bet they get dismissed quickly? I think I know I'm not going to be here tomorrow, Dawn, but you know where my email is. I think we could probably guess Hartford, Connecticut, reliable blue state. Likely, this is probably going. I'll bet you there's probably even a Soros prosecutor in that town, and they're going to get a slap on the wrist. Don't you dare do this again. I think they should have made them clean up the greens, but they greenskeepers were out there pretty quickly.
Yeah.
They had vacuums and leaf blowers, which, they should have made them watch the leaf blowers being turned on because they're gasoline powered. And that would
Watch it like in Clockwork Orange.
Yes.
They open up their eyes really wide and be like, watch
Take
it.
them to a chair.
You
and
must
make them
watch this. Yeah.
Make their eyes. Yeah. Well, we're going to make you watch us cut the grass for the next 5 hours.
Well, the group Extinction Rebellion, they actually blamed climate change for an electrical storm that had injured 2 people at a home near that golf course over the weekend.
Oh, it was climate change that did that.
Wow.
Now, there's a guy on Newsmax, and Newsmax is an interesting network. I've been watching a little bit more lately. There's a guy there, former CIA intel operative named Tony Shaffer. Have you ever seen him?
No.
He's a New York Times best-selling author, but came out of the government, knows a thing or two about all this stuff because he has an environmental sciences degree from a Michigan university. And he's one of the guys who goes, listen, it's not only Bravo Sierra, it's not even possible that we could change the climate. And he's a guy who's actually got a degree in it.
Oh, wait a minute. I mean, there was just a story, and one of my kids was reading about it, like in India, that they were supposedly seeding the clouds to help with rain, but then they did it too much. So I mean, they do seed clouds. I mean,
well, you can make it rain, as we've seen at the strip clubs. But that's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Never been in one. But you can't change the climate, Dawn. I know we're parsing the idea here, but the climate overall is the big mission. You can affect it temporarily, but it's not about a climate change, an actual changing of the climate. I go back to this story, and we did this, I guess about a year ago. In November or December of 2022, there was a huge volcano under the ocean that erupted off Tonga, the island of Tonga, which is where the international date line, I think the day begins there. Mm-hmm. And it went up into the air, and instead of blasting ash like volcanoes did, this one sent water. 70,000 Olympic swimming pools worth of water went into the stratosphere, and all that water is up there. NASA and the British Space Agencies both identified this as the cause of our heated planet probably for the next 3 to 7 years. So all of this, all of the heat waves we're feeling now is because all that water acts like a magnifying glass and heats it. If it had been ash and smoke, we would have had a cooling effect. But because it sent water up, undersea volcano, we're having a heat effect. NASA and the British Space Agency. So this is all truly Bravo Sierra, bad science.
To me, I just wish everybody would just talk about clean air and clean water. Like with the golf course, I think they could probably do a little more. Like the golf course right by Flowertown. Flowertown always floods, I think. Sometimes golf courses, they could have a little more rough, have a little more rocks, try to mitigate. Have you ever noticed that flooding around golf courses? They should just talk about that. Make it really simple. What can we do with our roads, our pavement, all of that stuff to stop flooding? Or, you know what I mean? Things of that nature. And if you just make it simple and talk about clean air and clean water, rather than these big boogeyman topics, climate change, because nobody really knows what it is. And so then you're just frightening people. And seriously, ask Greta Thunberg, what is climate change? What does that mean? How does it all work? Most people can't tell you. I think that's the problem with it.
You're right and reasonable. They're using the term climate change as fear porn to their own advantage. But the idea is to, instead of mandating people follow your rules, is to do these small incentives. For example, the golf course I play on has several areas that are marked wildlife preserve areas. And I'm sure they get a benefit from the government in the form of some kind of tax abatement if you have certain amounts of areas that are just natural growth to create a hazard instead of digging it up and putting sand in there. So there is that opportunity. You're right. And if you play golf out west, they have what they call hard pan. Instead of having rough that grows, they just have like dirt, and it's not quite a sand trap. And there are ways to do it with natural areas. And I think golf's getting smarter. I don't think it's as big of a demon as these doomsayers say it is. But, we have, I think we have more golf courses in America than we have McDonald's. Wow. And I think we have
Really?
13
or 14,000 McDonald's restaurants in America.
Is that why McDonald's put up those putt-putt golf things?
Would be smart. No, but think of the amount of land you need. You need a lot of dirt and land for a golf course. How much land do you need for a McDonald's? Less than an acre.
Yeah.
And we have twice as many golf courses as we do McDonald's. So, yeah, that's a lot of dirt and property. So, Dawn, I see what you're saying. The people need to think more locally, and whatever your runoff is, you should have some responsibility to it.
Amen.
I hate to agree with you so early in the morning because now you're going to think I'm going to agree with you on everything. But I still think the Marlon Wayans thing was the biggest embarrassment on television last week, and I'm never going to get over that.
With Nathan Wade?
Yeah, I thought that was just awful.
Yeah, it was great. It was great to watch, but I'm not really sure why he goes on and does all this stuff. But
Well, apparently Georgia now has a history of really ridiculous people in its Justice Department. Did you see the highest paid judge in the Georgia legal system was arrested over the weekend for punching a cop? She's already facing 30 charges of ethics problems, and she was arrested at a bar this weekend. She punched a cop in the head, and they've got her handcuffed in the back of the squad car, and she's not a happy camper. But she's the highest paid member of the Georgia judicial system, the highest ranking judge, and she's got at least 30 ethics problems facing her right now as we speak. So anyway, I don't want to drag us out on drag Georgia out because it's a long way to go. I do have something else here, but Gregory, how are we on time? You're going to have to tell me.
We can keep going.
Dawn, last week you mentioned the Bill Belichick story.
Mm-hmm. And his 24-year-old girlfriend who was a beauty queen.
Yeah. Well, wasn't she a cheerleader too?
Yes. Cheerleader and beauty pageant queen.
I have a friend who's a former beauty queen who says, don't call them beauty pageants. They're scholarship competitions.
Yes. And that is true.
And she gets mad when you call it a beauty pageant. She goes, no, I wouldn't have been able to go to college if I hadn't won, Miss whatever, misappropriation, whatever it was she got. But so The View called, well, I guess they were listening to you on The View, and they caught wind of the story. So they were talking about it last week, Sarah Haynes and the ironically named Joy Behar. And they had a little fun with the topic.
So I say transactional as you may. She's 24. She's having a good time. I'm guessing he takes her places that she wouldn't be going on her own. And if she's having fun.
Not in the bedroom, he's not.
No, but if she's having fun.
There's only so much Viagra in the world, okay?
Now, Joy Behar's not wrong.
That's kind of funny. Come on.
Yeah, she's not wrong there. And I think we all go there when we see the relationships that may not be age appropriate.
Yeah.
In this case.
I mean, it could be his granddaughter, right?
Isn't that funny if Belichick walks into a bar and sees an old friend and he goes, Bill, good to see you. Is this your granddaughter? But the ladies of The View weren't done.
But she's educated.
You know something? I actually disagree with you on that. Oh, really? I think sometimes... Well, how old is your husband older than you? We have a little bit over 20 years. Yeah. And there's a lot of examples, right? There's people like Robert Kraft, who's the owner of the Patriots, who used to be Belichick's boss, who married a woman who's 33 years younger. Sarah Paulson
I think
is
we're
with...
looking at it. I was like, no, Max is 5 years younger.
Sarah Paulson is with Holland Taylor. That's a 32-year age gap. But look at Robert De Niro. He just had a baby. Yeah. Okay, the issue of whether you can have sex or not at 80 is no longer a question. With Viagra, and, yeah, but not only that, I would tell you that older men are a lot of times better lovers because they got to work at it more. Anna. He's 40.
Now, Anna Navarro.
Oh, God.
This is not an image I wanted in my head.
Nope.
Do we want this image? It's Monday morning.
We're trying to help everybody lose weight, Dawn. Anna Navarro, she is not wrong, though. But Anna Navarro, I didn't realize her husband was 20 years older than she is.
Well, older men are better lovers, according to Anna. Oh, God.
They got to work harder.
Oh, God, I'm going to be sick. I'm going to be sick. Think about
anyway, why am I watching The View should be the next question. It's for moments like this.
Man.
I'm just glad Joy didn't do the hacky thing, the math thing. How many times does 65 go into 24 and all that stuff? You can't. It's
72, actually.
What is that? How old Belichick is?
He's 72.
Yeah.
She's 24.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to have to work hard if he's going to catch up to Rupert Murdoch, who just his fifth wedding a couple weeks ago.
What's he, 93?
He's 93, and I think she's 68. She's a blushing bride at 68. You know, Rupert Murdoch's working on the Larry King thing where you're going to have a chess set of ex-wives.
Is it so? Maybe it's sexist to me, but like it seems like 93 and 68, like that. I'm like that's fine, but 72 and 24 is just creepy to me.
Well, think of all the things that you learned from the age of 25 to the age of 40. Think of all the things that you experienced. There's life experience and all the lessons you learned. And if you're going to, you know, the Eagles had a song about this. Lion Eyes is out there. You could sing that over and over again. And it's kind of the textbook prediction of what's. I hope that wasn't their wedding song.
I know it's like stereotypical for men to say, "Oh, good for him," but I don't know. Like the whole thing just screams desperation. She clearly has, in my opinion, daddy issues. Maybe
so what? They're happy. They're adults. They're happy.
Maybe grandpa issues.
Well, and I'm following in Dawn's footsteps here to take the side of Belichick. She does understand his life because she was a cheerleader. She kind of knows. No, seriously, she knows the biz.
Yeah. Yeah, they talk biz. That's what they talk.
All I can say is about Belichick. All I knew, really, I remember how grumpy he was.
Yeah.
He was always disheveled in a sweatshirt, and he looked like he just rolled out. I've never seen. Every time I see that man now, he is so happy.
Well,
he is smiling. That man is happy.
That's the thing about it. He's not even a good-looking
really
guy.
It's a good point, though, Dawn.
He's miserable. He's not like there's nothing there other than money. There's nothing about him that she can find attractive.
But I think now she they're happy together. She obviously makes him happy.
Yeah, maybe.
When she stands on when he stands on his wallet, he's just gorgeous to her.
Of course,
it's a good thing. But you know, I do think they have a world in common. That you know they have football, and if you can find a woman who understands football and you're in football, that's a big stinking deal.
Yeah.
But the age difference, you know, these women are all aware of it, though. They were rattling off the statistics of these guys, which I find interesting as well.
Well, so my brother John he got married on Saturday. Second marriage.
Congrats.
Just kind of a last minute thing. They're getting married. It's like, oh my gosh. So, I was a little surprised, but, you know, she's younger, not that much younger, but I'm just saying, you know, I think post-pandemic, people just want to be happy. They want to be together. And so, God bless you.
So he's
it might be
thinking happy.
disastrous. She might take all your money. I don't know what to say. Like,
post-pandemic, people just want to be happy.
Be you.
Okay.
But
Apparently,
she's also thinking, how much time do I have to put up with this, too?
Of course.
How old is he? And Phil sent me a note. She apparently was dating a 64-year-old guy before this.
Yeah, she either has severe daddy issues or she's looking for a quick buck. That's all
what
I'm
is
saying.
what is the right age? Is there an age difference that's appropriate?
Not that. It's not. Like if they can be your daughter or your granddaughter, no, it's gross. I'm just telling you. I know it's like popular for guys to say, yeah, buddy, yeah, dude, but it's gross. It's just gross.
Billy Joel was married to that woman who wasn't she best friends with his daughter?
Yes. Yeah.
Which
he's
that seems creepy to me.
Look at Billy Joel. He's a little troll. He is. Big bug eyes, bald. Like just he's a troll.
He's
he's you know.
2 words, Christy Brinkley.
Yeah, exactly. Elle Macpherson before her. They're fighting over him. Like, are you kidding me?
He's got something going on.
Yeah, okay.
You know, it's not shoe size, I'm sure of that, Dawn.
All right, we have
just
to
going to say.
We have to break.
Okay, sorry. Now that we solved all the world's problems, and we still haven't figured out what the appropriate age difference is. There's so much to get to. It's the week of the debate. We've got a couple shopping days left before the debate. We'll talk more about that. Trump's rally What are you laughing at?
No, only a couple shopping days left for the
Sure,
debate.
you got to go out and get your debate. I'm seriously, I'll be debate prepping all week, but it's food and wine, and the couch is going to be straightened up, etc. It's Mike Opelka in for Nick Kayal. Nick returns tomorrow right here. Dawn and Greg, God bless you for being here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If you have a fear of the dentist, you're not alone. My friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, is known for helping you overcome your fear and anxiety. Patients have come to Dr. Bentz from all over Pennsylvania, South Jersey, some even farther from New York, Florida, even Washington State. One of our listeners have been putting off much-needed dental work, get this, for 8 years due to fear and anxiety. After hearing me talk about how great Dr. Bentz was with fearful patients, she reached out, made an appointment, traveling from Ocean City, New Jersey to East Norriton just for Dr. Bentz. She still comes back for routine care. That's how good Dr. Bentz and his entire staff are. They go out of their way to help your fear and anxiety. Now's the time to call Dr. Robert Bentz, the Bentz Dental Group. See the Bentz difference. Make that appointment today. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com or call 610-272-6949, 610-272-6949.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Free speech lives here. With Don Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
That's right. Time has come to get together. 7:01. It is a Monday morning. Welcome to the new week, debate week. Mike Opelka in for Nick Kayal. Nick returns to his microphone and his chair tomorrow. I am here with Dawn and Gregory, and we are trying to get your week started after the crazy weekend we all had. Hot, and now it's humid, so you got that going for you.
Which is nice.
Thank you. I love that. That's automatic. It is so magical. So much to get to today. We'll talk about the debate. We'll talk about the rallies that Donald Trump, 2 in one day. And one of them, he stood for 90 minutes. Yes, that's what Joe Biden's doing in debate prep. We'll talk about that. All of the madness in the news. And speaking of the news, Dawn is kicking things off this hour. Hello, Dawn.
Hello and good morning. Kayal and Company News Live this morning, sponsored for you by Wawa. We are at 79 degrees, mostly cloudy, and the heat health emergency has been lifted today for Philadelphia. So we can rejoice in that. But unfortunately, at Philadelphia International, I'm seeing there are still long lines and delays after all of the storms across the country and in our region caused all these delays that are still happening this morning. So let's get into it, as we know that a Philadelphia police officer remains in the ICU after surgery, critical but stable condition. And this happened over the weekend. A suspected gunman is in custody, and he's now been identified by Philadelphia police and city officials, who say that this man shot and critically injured this officer Saturday night in the Kensington section of Philadelphia. And so that suspect identified as 36-year-old Ramon Rodriguez Vasquez. Police say 2 officers were just conducting a routine traffic stop, 3500 block of F Street, just before 8 o'clock at night in the Kensington section of Philadelphia. And there were 4 individuals in the vehicle that they had stopped, including the gunman. And at that point, when they did the traffic stop, they could see a holster in the vehicle. When they were asking about it, that's when they say Rodriguez Vasquez fled the scene, and while doing so, turned and fired 3 times at the officers, striking one of the officers in the neck. So he was shot in the neck. His partner returned fire, according to authorities, and then rushed his wounded partner right to Temple University Hospital, where he underwent surgery. And like I say, is in critical but stable condition, and obviously his family, everyone rushing, many in the police force running to, be by his side in the emergency department, a call for prayers. Commissioner Kevin Bethel speaking out over the weekend, saying that, how angry he was, and truly just saying, we have to pray for our officers. I found it so touching that he actually asked for that prayer, as he was just asking the city to pray for the officer, and said that they went in and prayed for him as well in the hospital. Mayor Sherelle Parker speaking out as well, and talking about this situation that this officer, she's Sherelle Parker, Mayor Parker says 6.5 years on the force, and says that he is a father, a husband, and they're all pulling for him. So that one going on. They also disclosed, and they're listing all the charges against the suspect, Rodriguez Vasquez, after the situation where he confronted police and shot at police, according to them. He then ran out and pulled his weapon on a resident, forced that resident into a home and held him hostage for a time. There was a barricade situation before police were able to bring the suspect into custody. As far as the homeowner, we're told he is physically okay after being held hostage during that tense barricade situation.
Wow.
Just incredible.
Thank God. And this was a traffic stop, right, Dawn?
Yes.
A traffic stop. How many times do we watch cops and the cop shows, and they tell us two things the most dangerous: a domestic call where you're just going to respond, and a traffic stop because you don't know what's in that car. Yeah. And how many of these cars are tinted to the point where you can't see anything inside?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, God bless this officer. Prayers up for the officer, his family, and wow. Crazy story.
Yeah, we're just awaiting. Hopefully we'll get some updates on that one. I suspect we will. Also, another Philadelphia police officer was expected to be treated and released after being involved in a crash. That was in the city's Tioga Nicetown section. So it happened Sunday last night, about right before 8 o'clock, Broad and Germantown Avenue. Three-wheel vehicle known as a Polaris Slingshot struck the officer who was on a dirt bike working with the department's ATV detail. So we know that one person was taken into custody. They're not releasing much else on that one, so we'll watch for that one. Looks as if his injuries were not life-threatening, but he did require treatment. So we've got that going on. Also, hot and humid stretch of weather turning into damaging storms late yesterday and continuing into the night. Dozens of flights canceled. Another 35 delayed as of this morning, Philadelphia International Airport. So they're giving us the heads up, put the word out there. You definitely want to check to see if your flight is canceled or delayed. And according to Flight Aware, the most flights that were delayed, American Airlines. So long TSA lines, they're happening right now at the airport, which is quite unusual for this time. Especially, it started about 5 a.m. I saw some of the local stations were even doing live shots from the airport, just showing people in these long lines. So we got a third to a half of all flights on the major carriers delayed because of all the storms, leading up to this part of the country. And then that they're dealing with also the baggage issues.
So is this the slow news Monday when Dawn, you know this from the inside, when the news director goes, hey, we got nothing going on today. There's a bunch of planes canceled. Can we get some people at the airport? And remember to say, pack your patience, people.
Yeah, pack your patience. They're like, no, I think that it's, as far as that goes, the airport is incentivized to have the reporters there to remind everybody, hey, check it. Because when we haven't had this in a while, I don't remember that we had these severe of delays. I can't really remember when the last time we saw
I saw a news story, I think over the weekend, maybe late last week, where they said the beginning of last week was the busiest day for TSA screening, like it set records. So there were 3 days in the last 2 weeks that have been the busiest days. So for whatever reason, air travel right now is a lot of people are going places.
Yeah.
So. Well, that's a good thing, I guess. But I understand the delays. But they're going to be back next week for July 4th weekend. Pack your patience, people. It's busy. Go to the remote parking.
This is true. You got to get the TSA pre-check.
Oh, yeah. I got the pre-check. I don't have clear, but they keep bugging me. I have the TSA pre-check, and it works.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. When we went to Italy, I got it, and the boys got it, and then Larry didn't have it. So we literally taunted him. We're like, ha.
That's like the Seinfeld episode where Jerry's in first and Elaine's in coach.
You're the loser. You didn't get the TSA.
So the three busiest passenger screening days in the 22-year history of the TSA have occurred in the last 30 days.
Wow.
So.
Wow.
It's going to get worse, people. So pack your patience.
Pack your patience, people.
I want to smack myself for saying that.
Well, we have to talk about, moving forward, we have to talk about definitely what's going on in City Hall, because they had a hearing after Mayor Sherelle Parker, what was it, a month ago, said, hey, this was before Memorial Day weekend. She announced everybody's got to come back to work. And we all learned, what? Thousands of people, some 4,000 to 5,000 people, still aren't back to work. They've been working virtually in City Hall. And so Sherelle Parker said, nope, everybody's got to come back to work full-time in person. And we expected at that time that she was going to say, in a week after Memorial Day. No, she's giving them until mid-July, July 15th, for everybody to be back at work.
Wow.
So they had a hearing last week, and people were booing. They're all upset. And they literally said, what? Why in the middle of summer? What? It's our summer.
Hot. It's our summer.
Yeah, why not the fall? I mean, that makes more sense. Why would you do this to us in the middle of summer? They're literally saying this. And so
I love this mayor, and
right?
I know she's a Democrat. I want her to be successful in cleaning up Kensington, etc. But this is so good.
She's
this is
awesome.
so important. Can I ask, do we know who is the first gentleman of Philadelphia? Do we know the mayor's husband?
Well, of course. And
I don't.
She's a mom.
No, I don't
Well,
know
that's
who she's married to.
That's just it. Like, the thing about her is she never said, I'm going to be the first woman. I'm going to be. She didn't say any. She didn't even say. I think she could have said it's going to take a woman and a mom to get things done. She could have played all those cards. She never did.
Oh,
never talks about her personal life, right?
I like, but we seem to be focused on it. When we had the Chicago mayor, Mayor Lutfoot, we had her wife with her at all times. And in New York, when we had Big Bird as the mayor, he had his wife by his side at all times.
I'm
and
sorry.
he was funneling.
Can you say Mayor Lutfoot?
Lutfoot, yeah.
Lutfoot.
I know it's Lori Lightfoot, but she let the looting go on.
Lutfoot.
They were at Louis Vuitton.
That's
and they
amazing. I'm sorry.
It's perfect, though, is it not?
It is.
And now she's a teacher somewhere. She got a job as an instructor at a university. So, yeah. But they all had their spouses in press events all the time. And Parker just stands out there. And I'm not begging her to do it. I'm just wondering who this great woman is married to. I don't know who he is.
Her husband is Ben Mullins. By the way, he's a leader. He's a union guy, IBEW guy. And they live in the Mount Airy section of Philadelphia.
Wasn't he a councilman at one time, though, for a while? Didn't he come out of, I thought, years ago? Somehow that rings a bell.
I know he's an IBEW guy. I knew that about him. And she of course has her son Langston.
I got to tell you guys,
what?
I have clips coming up in about a half hour of Mayor Sherelle Parker, who was on with Al Sharpton over the weekend. And
oh boy,
I'm guessing you guys are not going to have the same glowing response for her after you hear some of this stuff.
I'm in the word. I was it Oliver. I'm reviewing the situation.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm still gonna look. It could have been Helen Gim, which would have been
true.
Horrible, and it would have been torture and it would have been bad for Philadelphia. So look, she's a common sense person, and on these issues, I'm gonna give her credit for doing right.
So far, hiring more cops, putting them in Kensington, and getting people to go back to the damn office. Okay, she's got 3 positives already.
Yeah, I'll give credit where credit's due.
And by the way, looking at the social media comments, Lightfoot was not an alien from Venus. I think she's like Groot. Was that the name of the character?
I love Groot. Groot.
She reminds me of Groot a little bit. Just saying.
She looks like
an insult to Groot.
She looks like Beetlejuice from the Howard Stern.
She was the mayor who told everybody she had to spend money on hair and makeup during the pandemic because she has to look good on TV. They needed a refund.
Well, Trump was looking good in Philadelphia, speaking out. I know we'll get to all of that audio with a packed crowd inside the Leah Chorus Center's 10,000-seat auditorium. Trump, DJT, and some said it was an historic first, history in the making, with a Republican presidential candidate, campaigning right here in Philadelphia. So that one's certainly making headlines over the weekend and this morning. We do have Dr. Jill Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, Dr. Jill, Philadelphia native. She will be here she grew up obviously in our area. I think she was originally from Jersey, but she will be in our area campaigning and fundraising this afternoon. So we'll look for those traffic delays. I hope we get into the Kelseys in the UK with the future King of England and the Taylor Swift concert that happened over the weekend. A little fun. Jason Kelsey I don't know if I know he was at the Taylor Swift concert, but I don't know if he met the King of England.
Well, the future king, you're saying.
Or the future king, I should say.
Yeah, I saw
Prince
the
William.
selfie with Philip and the kids and Tay-Tay.
Cute.
And then I saw a photo of Mr. Kelsey coming out on stage in a tuxedo. Did they get married this weekend?
But this is you're talking about Travis. Came
Yeah.
out, right, with the tux?
Yeah.
Okay, but
Top hat.
Jason was there too.
Oh, he was. I
Yeah.
didn't see it. He was probably drinking in the back.
Jason and
I hope.
Kylie were there.
If I don't hear
I love them.
another thing about the Kelseys,
love them.
It'll be oh God, I just can't.
And then they're back. I think their big autism event down the shore, I think, is it next weekend already? I believe.
I love the charity work. I'm
Yes.
sick and tired of all the Real Housewives of Taylor Swift. You know, they're going to be the Real House husbands of Taylor Swift. That it's just
I love
so
that. The
silly
Real
to me.
House husbands. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Well, you know it's coming. It's the Real House husbands of the WNBA. There'd be one.
These brothers are living their best life. They're just two guys.
Well, they are. You
right?
can't be mad at that.
From
Especially
Ohio, played football. Who'd have ever imagined that they're living this really cool life?
Yeah, you better get it while you can. It's
Right?
a mighty short trip from the cradle to the crypt. You better get it while you can.
We are sponsored this morning by Wawa. Summertime's here. It's Hoagie Fest. Speaking of the hoagies, did you see? They've got the Kylie hoagie. They've got the Jason hoagie. It's pretty cute. And they've got their commercials out there. Get $5 shorties, $6 classics, always built to order with meats, cheeses, and veggies you're going to love. Get your favorite hot or cold hoagie, or you can try something new only at Wawa. Hoagie Fest is on. It's a great deal, by the way. As we look at our forecast today, I think you're going to love it because it's the only day, I think it's the first day in a week.
It's
where
the
we're
coolest
not gonna
day
hit-
in hell right now.
Where we're
Yeah.
not going to hit 90, but almost. But the humidity's lower, cloud cover, and so we're 88, 89 degrees depending on where you are. But we're going to pop right back up into the low 90s for you tomorrow, and the rest of the week we're heating up. And when our Phils do come back, so obviously they're in Detroit for a 3-game series. They begin this evening, but it looks like when they come back, it'll be Thursday night. So a busy Thursday night in Philadelphia, right? Because we've got the Phils, 6:40, beginning a 4-game series, like I had said earlier, and then we'll have the Trump-Biden debate. So it'll be a kind of a fun Thursday night.
What
right?
time is that debate starting? Is it 8 or 9?
9 p.m. 9.
9 p.m.
Oh,
9.
Joey's going to have a hard time.
9 to 10:30.
He's going to be on a propofol coma for like 48 hours
Stop.
before. They're going to wake him up at 6 and go, come on, Joe, we got 3 hours.
Stop. I think he's still at Camp David today.
Yeah.
Doing
What
the
did,
show
Trump
prep.
said he's in a cabin in the woods, which is Camp David. At least we're using the damn Camp David. That's the one thing I'm happy about. Biden used to go stay at the home of his rich friends, his rich donor friends.
What a waste of money Camp David is.
But wouldn't you want to go there just to see it?
No. I'm done. I'm done with these people. Just, go to wherever you're going to go. Stop with the Camp David. Enough.
Jeez.
Taxpayer money.
Yeah, but we signed accords there. We've had summits there. It's
Yeah,
kind of
I don't care.
It's kind of a cool thing to have the president to be able to. When JFK was a president, his first year of his presidency, he didn't have. He rented a house about 20 miles outside of D.C. and used to take Air Force One or Marine One helicopter there and land it on the lawn. So I don't mind him going to the woods and being protected on this, but it's for 7 or 8 days to prepare for a 90-minute debate.
How many women did JFK cheat on Jackie with there?
I don't know. What was the name of the intern? She wrote a book years later.
Oh, yeah.
I'll come up with it. Yes.
Yeah.
The one in the swimming pool with JFK, which the pool is no more. It used to be under where the press room is was the swimming pool.
Yep.
It's still there.
Yeah.
All the tiles are still there.
They filled it in because it.
Well,
because all the DNA that was in it.
Yeah, you go down there with black light, like we talked about. Oh my God! Hey, there's a bunch of Kennedy on the walls in here.
That's nasty.
I did not swim up to what was her name? I have to think of her name now. The young lady who was the intern. No, but it's there. JFK.
Yeah.
After he was killed, Johnson said, "We're doing press briefings down here. Just board up the pool." That's what they did.
I know.
Filled it up.
Yep.
By the way, today is they're calling it an historic. It's Game 7, Stanley Cup, Edmonton Oilers, Florida Panthers. They're tied. The series is tied 3-3.
Whoa.
Dozens of people are excited about this series.
I'm sorry. I have breaking news on that. I do have news on this. Hold on a second.
Uh-oh.
Because I didn't know if you're going to go there, Dawn.
Oilers, Panthers.
The Oilers were down 3-0.
He's sifting through his notes, Dawn.
No, I got it right here. I got the actual paper.
Now it's a tied series.
Yeah.
Now it's tied, and they're giving the credit for the Oilers' resurgence to a woman who flashed her boobs at the team.
See? Those puppies are power. Right there.
Puppy power.
Puppy
We're
power.
we're all for puppy power. Her name is Kate. She
Did the puppies
she
have a
flashed
brown
them.
nose or a pink nose?
So I haven't laid eyes on them, but the team has apparently. And in fact, she's gone viral, and now the people at Playboy, which I didn't know was still a thing, have signed her to do a feature on her.
It's a thing. It's not a magazine anymore. You know.
Yeah.
What I mean?
Well, the Daily Mail is reporting that she turned down offers from porn sites and earned internet fame by flashing her boobage in the stands at the Oilers in Game 5 in their victory over the Stars. And now she is their inspiration, I guess. And just when we thought the memories of Morgana had gone, we have Kate, the flasher.
Nice. Well,
so if they win, I wonder if they'll be invited. She'll be invited to the Stanley Cup ceremony.
I think a lot of people are crediting Trump with this, too, because Trump did a Truth Social post about the Edmonton Oilers when they were down.
Really?
He did, yeah.
Well, he gets blamed for everything else, so he should take credit if they win. He certainly does. Well, I'm not going to be watching this, but I am curious to see if puppy power can pull the Oilers into the victory lane here.
It's the only interesting thing about the Stanley Cup playoffs championship.
Yeah, I didn't have a horse in this race this year. My Blackhawks stunk on ice, literally stunk on ice.
Did you show Kate pictures of her? Are you showing her on the YouTube?
No.
Why not?
I don't think because
we didn't prepare for this. We didn't know that we were gonna do this.
I'm sure someone's looking at them right now.
Yeah, no, we don't need to see boobs.
All right. I mean, she's in a white see-through T-shirt.
Oh, that's nice.
In a very cold locker room or whatever.
Oh, how do you know it's cold?
You know what's interesting is that I count on Dawn Stenslin to uplift the conversations on this show. And
to raise the bar,
she always brings us down into the gutter.
I'm just saying she just signed a deal with Playboy. No, if I really wanted to bring us down into the gutter, I would talk about the Haktua girl, but I didn't.
The who?
Haktua.
Oh, yeah, Haktui.
The Haktua girl who became a viral sensation.
No, you don't want the parents to have to explain this.
I know,
because
Haktua. I'm sure her parents are so proud. It's like
it's better than the Cash Me Outside girl.
Yeah, exactly.
But it is strange and amazing that it went viral this week. We have some more virality to come up with today.
Yeah.
And we'll tease that a local kid who made big news at a tennis tournament halfway around the world. Number 1 ranked American, Tommy Paul from Voorhees, New Jersey.
Voorhees,
New Jersey. He's rarely there. Mom and Dad are still there. But Tommy won a huge tournament, and he's going viral for a terrible reason.
This video is amazing.
Yeah, we'll have to share that with you. 7:25, Nick Kayal returns tomorrow for the remaining 2.5 hours. It's Opelka on Kayal and Company with Dawn and Gregory on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
But you've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. I love the work they've done in my home, especially the patio doors right off the foyer area. But you know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. You may not think of the Chapman team right away for siding or stucco remediation, but I would trust nobody else with this important investment in your home. So if you're thinking of maybe updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and then replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With those new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home, it's going to pop. If you currently have stucco right now, updating it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding, it's going to add value and beauty to your home. These certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on this job, but you want to get it on the calendar. If you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the hardware choices, give them a call. You can text them. They're like-minded, listening right now. They're local. 610-431-8898. 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. You can take a virtual tour at ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you are never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you're injured in an accident, we will work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking they were at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fallon.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season. Listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Every day, Bob wakes up at 5 a.m. He gives his kids a kiss on the forehead and heads to the office. As the owner of a small business, Bob, like many business owners today, worries not only about his own family, but his employees' families as well. These days, cash flow is always on his mind. And right now, he needs help, and he needs it fast. The clock is ticking, and he needs funding for new equipment, working capital, or even some expansion. With lending from banks hard to come by, Bob has to think outside the box. Bob discovers Swish Funding, the small business funding platform helping thousands of business owners acquire funding in as little as 24 hours. Whether you need $25,000 or even $2 million, our process takes just minutes. To qualify, you must be in business at least 1 year with monthly revenue of at least $25,000. Swish Funding, helping small businesses like Bob's and yours. Apply today at swishfunding.com. That's SWISH funding.com. Terms and conditions apply. Visit swishfunding.com for more details.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It is 7:30 on a Monday morning. It's Mike Opelka in for Nick Kayal today. Nick returns tomorrow from his moving adventure and will regale you with tales from the road, I'm sure. I'm very thankful that Dawn and Gregory are here today, as well as Phil and Henry. And I did during the break. Dawn, you inspired me because you immediately did the research. I didn't do the backstory on Kate, so I went to her Instagram page. And the good luck charm for the Edmonton Oilers. Certainly telling us and showing us who she is. Just want you to know. And she had an interesting post in there. She has several interesting, inspirational memes in there. One, I guess, was from the end of the year that said, I don't want to end the year on a bad note, so apologize to me right now. Everybody's welcome to apologize to me. She's got a little confidence problem, she has. She's not afraid of the tattoo artist.
Yes.
Just saying.
Got some tattoos. Saw that.
Got some ink.
Got some ink on her.
But good for you, Kat. Good luck, and I hope your team wins and you have all that. We have the cut sheet coming up just around the corner. Some really interesting stuff on the cut sheet. Before we get to that, and I feel I need to prepare you for Nick's arrival tomorrow because he's been away a week now, right?
Yeah, about a week, yeah.
About a week. And when he comes back, are you ready to see his toes again?
No. Never. I'm never ready to see his toes. Why? Where are you going with this?
Well, I have a little backup for you. I have a little support for the anti-toe people here.
Uh-oh.
The anti-toe, especially as I wonder if Sherelle Parker, I wonder if Mayor Parker will tell people no sandals in the office when you come back. Or will that be some kind of negotiation? But the city of New York is noticing a lot of people walking around in sandals, and people don't like it. They say it's disgusting that you're basically walking barefoot through New York City, and wait till you get to your home or your office or your hotel and then look down and tell me what you see. And having lived and walked around New York for a while, I get it. I fully understand it. I don't understand flip-flops, sandals anywhere in a big city. It's a beach thing. Maybe it's your home. But I'm team footwear that covers all your toes. Just saying.
I was when I was younger, because I was accused of doing that here at this radio station. I used to wear flip-flops, and then I decided I probably shouldn't wear flip-flops to work, so I stopped. So I've changed my mind on it. I do agree with you that nobody wants to see toes. You know what I mean? Like, we have a very casual work environment here, but you're not at the beach.
You're not going to the pool.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
So I'm giving you a little support. The sandal scandal has made big news in the New York Post. Either that or it was a very slow news day. But at least they're not reporting on the lines of people at the TSA line at the airport on a Monday morning. It's just that kind of a thing. I just want to prepare you, though. You know he's coming back, and they're going to be tan toes, too.
Mm-hmm.
Has he ever gotten a pedicure? Have we ever?
I don't know. I don't know much about him.
Well, he's only been here almost 2 years, right?
Yeah, it's fine. I just need him to come in and do his job.
This is a no-toe workage.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
you guys have
we've
never
had somebody
had
here that yeah.
But you've never had like a boys' day, a petty day. You went and got
me and him.
Yeah.
No. What is wrong with you? No,
I've never had a pedicure, but I have a brother who once a month gets his feet taken care of. He says.
What? Well,
he goes to a salon. Not that way. Stop it. He goes to a salon and puts his feet in those things of water and has somebody clip them and whatever.
No man should do that.
See, that's how I feel.
Yeah, I agree. No man should do that.
Dawn, has the Lair Bear ever gotten a pedicure?
Nope.
See?
Thank God.
Nope. I will tell you, though, I've done stories over the years, like with the Philadelphia Eagles. A lot of athletes obviously have to take good care of their feet.
Sure.
Especially if you're an athlete who's, whether you're a basketball player or especially a football player, that sort of thing. You want to take good care of your feet. I mean, look at Jesus. Washing your feet, it was a thing. But I just don't want to look at people's toes. I don't want to see their feet.
Exactly.
I don't want to. No.
Yeah.
So now you get me wondering about church pedicures. This is so funny that you brought up Jesus and the feet washing. Right? Yes, I get it. But
when the Pope was here, went to the prisons, was washing people's feet. Not feet. Washing their feet.
He's washing their feet.
Washing their toes and their feet. their feet.
Yeah, I just I've never had the salon spa day. Well, I've had a massage, but I've never had like the mani-pedi, the facial mask or whatever.
A lot of guys are into it.
Man massage, Michael Pelka, or female?
Both. I've had both.
Yeah. Men, I look. I'm very secure in my masculinity. Men know what men like.
Wow.
Wow, I think I saw that in some sort of online posting somewhere that's a little disturbing.
Ooh, we're learning new things about Greg Stocker.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, Gregory.
I'm fine with a man. I don't get massages, but like
when
I'm fine with a male masseuse.
First rule of holes is what? Stop digging. When you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. Just let it go. Go on to the next
I know
topic.
exactly what I'm saying.
I do know you know exactly what you're saying. But yeah, my wife loves it, and we used to go to a place called La Costa out in San Diego.
Yeah.
And I would play golf, and she would go to the spa every day, and then we'd meet for lunch, and it was a good thing. But she loves it. You got to get this scrub and this wrap and this, and and you drink the water with the cucumber in it. And why are we putting salad in the water? I don't get it. Doesn't make any sense to me. But it's a business. It does very well.
Yep.
Well, and research shows massage therapy is great for your circulations, not just stress relief. It's not, it feels good. Sometimes like a Swedish massage, if you've had a Swedish deep tissue massage, it doesn't necessarily feel relaxing, but it's pretty incredible, and there are health benefits. So.
Therapeutic. It is therapeutic. Yeah. I'm pro massage.
Yeah, boost your
I'm just
immune
not
system.
pro pedicure. I'm not pro pedicure for men.
I love pedicures.
The YouTube chat is just they're just having a field day with my comments about. It's almost like I say this stuff on purpose to get reactions.
Oh no, never.
God.
And
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say to whoever asked, the XLSers who had one, did I go to Orchids of Asia? No. No, we know what that is. I'm not interested in a happy ending.
I am wondering, you make me think of, we had Trump in Philadelphia. He owns Mar-a-Lago and many obviously very famous golf courses around the world, and I'm sure they have spas in there. But I wonder if, and I'm wondering, does Trump get those spa treatments? I've never heard him talk about it.
I would imagine his bride, Melania, is a consumer of many spa services, and especially with her background in history and fashion and beauty, etc. And it would be interesting to find out. So when we get him on the air for this groundbreaking morning show interview, we should ask him, hey, Don, have you ever had a pedicure? Have you and Melania ever gotten pedicures together? Couples massage?
I'm serious. I don't recall hearing him talk about it. Now, I know that he talked a lot over the years about shower pressure, and that you have to have the right shower pressure, and you know what I mean, at the different spas and Mar-a-Lago, and he wants a certain shower pressure. I've never heard him talk about it. It's the one thing I honestly can say I've not heard him talk about it.
See, this is why I would love for you to interview Donald Trump.
I know.
Just Dawn one-on-one with Donald Trump, because you'll ask him the questions about what are we going to do about the border, how are we going to fix the economy, the energy thing, which he has all the answers, but you're going to get inside Donald Trump's head, and you're going to say, Donald, we got to know. Spa or no spa? Face mask or no face mask?
Right? Because I was even the one in Jupiter, the spa at Trump National Golf Club. Some of these spas are known for their luxury, are known for how extraordinary they are, their private spas, that sort of thing. But does he take advantage of the spa? And if so, what services?
And what happens when the boss walks in to the spa? Seriously.
Yeah.
Donald Trump walks in and says, all right, I need a mani-pedi and a full Swedish. And, it's got to be freaky when the boss comes in. Because he can't go in quietly. I'm sure they come to his suite or the owner's suite, etc. He's not walking into the facility. He's got enough rooms, for God's sakes. I know we have so much coming up from the rally this weekend in the cut sheet. Yeah. Some surprises. Gregory, I don't think you had the Judge Judy piece, did you?
I did not have the Judge Judy
piece. Have the Judge Judy piece, which I think is going to pair with some of your Governor Cuomo stuff. And it will... It's all brand new stuff. So a ton of stuff from the weekend, from the Trump rally, from another surprise from Bill Maher's show. It is going to be a cut sheet for the ages. It's Opelka in for Kayal, 741 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Nick. I visited my friends at Piazza Acura of Westchester and drove the Road and Track Performance Car of the Year, the 2024 Acura Integra. I owned an Acura for 10 years, and the new Integra is by far the most striking Acura I have seen. Well equipped with advanced safety and tech features like wireless Apple CarPlay, high-performance adaptive damper system, Wi-Fi, hotspot capability, and 16-speaker premium audio system. Visit PiazzaAcura.com or test drive the new Integra at Piazza Acura in Westchester, Ardmore, or Reading. Tell them Nick sent you.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Topricin Pain Relief Cream can help you live a pain-free life. If you suffer aches and pains of any kind, including arthritis, back, neck, shoulder, and joint pain, please try patented Topricin Pain Relief Cream. Topricin is made from good things like arnica, echinacea, and calendula. Guaranteed Topricin is available at fine pharmacies and natural markets throughout Greater Philadelphia and online at Amazon and Topricin.com. Get Topricin today. Topricin, rub it in. Use only as directed.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
2 of the NL's best will battle it out when the Dodgers visit CBP on Tuesday, July 9th at 6:40, Wednesday, July 10th at 7:05, and Thursday, July 11th at 6:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Say cheese! Coca-Cola Photo Day is back on Saturday, July 13th before the Phillies host Oakland at 4:05. Don't miss out on your chance to snap photos of your favorite Phils. Get tickets now at Phillies.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
A Monday warrior, mean strike. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride.
Please with the Canadians, all the Canadian rockers from the 80s. I know.
It's 70s.
Oh my God,
Rush.
you're right.
This is from Moving Pictures.
Oh, yeah, but they leaked over into the 80s a little bit,
Of
too.
course they did, yeah.
And this voice also reminds me of, there was a St. Louis guy who never popped as big, had almost the same voice, a group called Pavlov's Dog.
Oh.
Which I don't know if you know them.
I don't.
But they were too smart for their own talent, and they named their albums Pampered Menial and At the Sound of the Bell.
Nice.
It's a little too smart for most rock and roll audiences, I think. But
Agreed.
yeah, Rush, great sound.
Yep.
Great sound. So Pelka in for Kayal, Talk Radio 1210 WPHC 746. I sent you something, Gregory. I don't know if you're going to let us play it. We talked about a phrase that went viral on the internet this weekend.
Yeah, no, I don't want to play it.
And it's not the first word was the title of a Bruce Willis film.
Yes.
Or the second word.
Second,
actually.
Yeah.
But it's pretty interesting. Okay, we won't get there. We're dancing around. We're not having any prep offline. We're just talking about it right as we're on air.
That's what I like.
It's like the therapy sessions on this radio station.
Everything is, we air everything out. We're the most honest show on radio. That's
All of our dirty laundry is hung right in public.
Everything. Yep. There's no topic off limits here. None.
Really? So then we can play it?
Well, no. They're within stuff that I deem appropriate.
Oh, okay. Because we could say earmuffs, as Scioli says. You know, it's kind of his bulletproof vest that protects him, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, he always says it like a quarter of a second before he plays the objectionable content.
Hey, before we get to the cut sheet, can we take a call here? Ed is in Delran. What's up, Ed?
Michael Opelka is profound with the pronoun, and 1210 is where he can be found.
That's what wow, look at that.
He's good. He's a rhymer. He's a rhymer.
That's exactly what I am.
Yep.
So listen, don't you just love the fact that the Biden administration is trying to tell you there's no pain in the economy, there's no border crisis? I mean, these guys are the biggest bunch of phonies. And can we also interject something about the great state of New Jersey?
Sure.
Do you know that the New Jersey legislature is in action with a bill to ban all lawn and landscaping equipment that run on gas in 2028? Now, Meathead already did the mandate against car and truck and diesel vehicles. So now, let's see, they can put all the lawnmower shops out of business, they can screw up sales at Lowe's and Home Depot, and they can screw up everybody who's in the lawn and landscaping business. Isn't that just wonderful?
Well, there is some hope, though, Ed. What you're going to see is probably similar action as you saw in Virginia when Republican governors get elected and come in and go, we're not doing this, because the Jersey mandate is part and parcel of the states bowing to California. When California does something, there are 14 states, and they're all blue, who say, yeah, we're going to do that too. And so
you said we got to be more like California.
Yeah, well, you're just going to have to change governors. Youngkin got it done in Virginia, and he's canceling all that crap too. So, and it's also got time. So we have a couple of years to get it done. But it's good to point it out that all this stuff is coming. So if you like your gas-powered lawnmower, you better keep it in good shape, because you're not going to be able to buy another one in New Jersey in a couple of years. Good stuff, Ed. Thank you for keeping an eye on things. And without further ado, it is 7:50. The tardy cut sheet is on the way.
What's on the cut sheet?
Sheets!
What's on the cut sheet on this Monday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Yes! Donald Trump was in Philly over the weekend at the Liacouras Center. Made his way to Temple University on a very hot Saturday afternoon.
A little bit. Just a little bit.
We played this earlier, but I'm going to play it one more time here about the debates and Biden being, as he says, jacked up after he gets a shot in the ass, is the quote from Donald Trump. This is cut 10, Phil. Go.
So tonight, we'll refer to him as Sleepy Joe, because right now, as you know, it's been reported that right now Crooked Joe's gone to a log cabin to study, prepare. No, he didn't. He's sleeping now. Because they want to get him good and strong. So a little before debate time, he gets a shot in the ass, and that's... They want to strengthen him up. So he comes out. He'll come out. Okay. I say he'll come out all jacked up, right? All jacked up. Now, will anybody be watching the debate on Thursday night? I'm shocked. No, I'm shocked. But they've taken so much fun out of it. There's no audience. They actually wanted us to sit down. I said, look, I really want to do this thing. You know, they gave me, what happened is they gave me something that couldn't be accepted. They gave me an offer I couldn't accept, and I said, I'll do it. Number one, it was CNN fake news, right? Who hates Trump. Then it was Fake Tapper, who really hates Trump. And Dana Bash. Then it was, you know, it's Dana, it's not Dana, it's Dana. You know that, right? Right? It's Dana, right? Isn't it? It's either. Sherzika. Then they said, think of this, but no audience. It's like death. There's two us and two of them. It's like death. This could be the most boring, or it could be quite exciting. Who knows? You know, I already caught them.
There you go.
Yeah,
So-
he was kind of wandering there a little bit.
Shocking.
Yeah, I know. He was up for an hour and a half, talked nonstop for an hour and a half, and had the little plug-in during for everybody who was there. Gave a lot of shout-outs to the front row people and the people who've been to more than 200 of his rallies.
Good God, really?
Kind of, yes, 200. There's a group of women who travel, been to more than 200 of these. Kind of amazing.
He's like the Grateful Dead.
You know, that's true. He's the Grateful Dead of politicians, and I'm sure the deadheads would take exception to
they
that.
definitely would. They definitely would.
I
Not
think
sure.
that the worst thing you could do to Donald Trump is have him participate in a boring debate, because he's a guy who is a showman. He loves television and he loves entertaining. And I think he enjoys it. And so I think it's telltale to me when he says they took all the fun out of it.
Yeah.
You know, I think and that's the amazing thing to me, that with everything they put him through, he loves this stuff. He's like a gladiator. I mean, he loves it. And so that's what they're afraid of. But I think he doesn't want it to be boring, and they've basically nailed it down to the point that they want it to be boring. They want it to be unwatchable.
I wonder, since there will be 2 commercial breaks in the 90 minutes, I wonder if CNN has allowed the candidates to purchase airtime, because there is a whole lot of Biden commercial buying on local TV lately, and I would think it would be, in the interest of integrity, the best thing would be to block all of that, and even the PACs, because the PACs are out there putting out incredibly brutal ads against each candidate. And I think in terms of fairness, it would be good for CNN. I doubt they're going to be able to do that, though.
Well, would the candidates be able to see it?
I don't care. I think it's unfair to the audience too. You know, because now you've got the high dollars of production of advertising that can put together some pretty damning ads for both sides. I'm just talking about if you want to get a pure message out, it would have been a 90-minute debate. CNN needs money, and they saw the ability to sell ads, and they also gave Biden the opportunity to take a break in the middle of all this.
What's interesting too about the CNN debate, from kind of a behind the scenes lift the curtain thing, is they're letting when Fox hosted debates, nobody could use the audio, nobody could use they had a tight lock on those primary debates, the ones that Trump wasn't even involved in. With CNN, they're letting everybody carry it. Fox News is going to carry it.
Yeah. ABC, they'll all stream it.
Yeah.
I think it's
That's
fair
smart
usage,
for them.
but I think it's under the fair use law too.
Well, can't they do fair use for a certain amount of time? Because that was the Fox debates. You could get them for 48 hours, and then you said you can't use it anymore, like the Oscars. But the streaming of it is amazing, because I think CNN's been pulled from a lot of airports lately. And if this is on Fox, then it'll be seen in airports and the places that have picked up where CNN once had coverage. This is kind of interesting to watch, and it will be the biggest night for them. And Tapper, and I love the fact that he clarified it's Dana Bash. It's not Dana Bash.
Mike, do you think it's going to be a record-setting ratings night for this debate?
If we put all of the streaming numbers together, it will be. I think you're going to have a huge number, just because it could be the only, especially if either candidate fails, especially Biden. That all the talk is that he could be out, if, as you played the Van Jones clip last week.
Yep.
And so many people have speculated. But I also think there's a lot of anticipation as to what they're going to focus, the moderators, what kind of questions. And the one that keeps coming up is, who won the 2020 election, Mr. Trump? And that is, ABC News has speculated that. Stephanopoulos has said, if they come out and ask him, hey, who won the 2020 election, you've now painted him into a corner. And so I'm interested to see if they go there, and if they will actually pursue the abortion topic, especially with this week being the anniversary of, and today, especially Roe v. Wade being overturned.
I'm curious if they are, if they're going to fact check like Caitlin Collins did during that town hall.
I wonder. Some fact checks are harder to nail down. For example, over the weekend we saw Snopes, which is a far, far left organization, finally fact checked the find people on both sides thing that Biden keeps using, and they said Biden has been using that falsely, but it took 7 years for them to get to that.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to do it live on the fly. You'd have to have a mountain of fact checkers.
Well, they also have, you would think, like Caitlin Collins did, somebody was obviously
in her
ear saying that. So will Dana Bash and Jake Tapper have that same, you know what I mean? Because there's such strict rules here where they're muting the other person while.
And who gets to mute it? Who's got the mute button? Yeah. That's what I want to know. Is it somebody backstage, or is it Dana and Fake Tapper, as
it's all
Trump
union.
likes to call?
That's union. So no, the anchor person would never ever control the audio.
But will the moderators be mic'd or muted
Probably.
during it? Muted?
They should be. If everybody's muted, then they should be. They should not be allowed to interrupt.
Wow, that union realization is really important, Dawn. Thanks for bringing that in, because that now brings in another question: who gets to mute, and should we have a camera on? I wish they'd have lights under their microphones so we could see when they are muted.
Oh yeah.
So you see a mic is hot or not, which would be
saying.
interesting to know. And will the camera be on them? So will you be able to make a face?
They do a two-shot, in other words.
Yeah.
But I don't think they will. I think they're going to lock it down, and they're saying that when you are asked a question, you have 2 minutes to answer. It sounds like we're going to, Biden, you're on camera 1, so you have 2 minutes. You'll see him on a tight shot, and everybody else's mics are cut, and now you're going to have the chance to speak. And to me, I think that could be deadly for Biden. So if he has to riff, he has no prompter, no notes, nothing of that nature.
Not a joke.
Yeah.
Not a joke.
And I would like to know also if they have technology to make sure that nobody is speaking in his ear.
Biden's ear, you mean?
Biden's ear.
Yeah.
Or anybody's.
Well, those right now, the little hearing aids are so tiny.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he could be getting a brain implant from Elon Musk at this point.
But no, I mean,
one of those chips that keep his brain going.
But what prevents somebody? I'm serious, from speaking then into his, if he has a hearing aid, let's say, but if it's a device where they could speak to him, much like they do with anchor people and every newscast. Would they do that?
I gotta say this.
Would
though,
they?
Guys. I gotta say this though. I started off the 6 o'clock hour saying this. We're all under the assumption, and I agree with this as well, that Trump is the best debater around. There's no question about that. This is the area he shines. Why all of a sudden now are we lowering expectations and thinking that Joe Biden could run away with this?
Oh, I don't think that.
This is what I don't understand. But you are though, because you're saying, well, they could be whispering in his ear. Well, they could be jacking him up with something. Like, he's either good at debates or he's not good at debates. He's either not good, like Trump is good, or he, you know what I mean? Like I just don't understand this like lowering expectations all of a sudden.
I think that to me personally, and I've been consistent in this. I have felt for a long time when they announced a debate in June, which we've never seen a debate this early. In my humble opinion, I think that they're thinking if he can hold his own in this debate, he moves forward. I think if it falls apart and if Biden falls apart in this and comes across as losing his train of thought, or God forbid, just starts going off on a tangent and doesn't make sense, I think that it's curtains for him. The Democrats will go to Plan B. That's what I believe. That.
Well,
this is
and you're right.
A test. This is a test of Biden.
We've never had a debate of two presidential candidates before they've been nominated formally.
Right.
So it would be easy for them. And the structure exists for either party to replace their candidate either at the convention or after the convention. But this would be before the convention, so it makes it a lot easier.
A lot easier to replace.
For them to get it done.
Yeah.
So think about, and that's just it. I always say, like, the Democrats, they always pull it together and they line up behind each other. And so there are strengths and weaknesses within conservatives. Conservatives love to debate and have strong, true feelings of what is right, what is wrong, and will go at it. And that's a good thing. I think that is a good thing because you have people who actually believe in this. For Democrats, they always come together for the win and they'll line up. So do I think if Biden falls apart in this debate that they already have a plan B and a plan C and a plan D? Absolutely.
By the way, I will say this. I will go on record. I've done this before. I'm going to do it again. I know it's a popular opinion on right-wing Twitter and on this radio station. There is zero chance that Biden is not the nominee. Unless he dies. There's zero chance he's not the nominee.
I think that
I will resign. I will resign.
Hold on a second.
I
Take
will
that again.
I will
need that isolated.
I
again.
will resign.
Well, first
if
of all,
Joe
you're
Biden
not
is
allowed to resign.
If Joe Biden is not the nominee. I'm tired of this.
But Gregory, you can't say 0% other than death, especially when you've got.
Chance.
Yeah, I think there's
2%.
closer to 50-50. If he
No.
fails,
50-50.
No, not
Yes.
50-50. A
if
2%
he fails,
chance.
if he fails in the debate, I think it's a fairly reasonable assumption that they're going to do something. And I'll tell you why, because not just Gavin Newsom, not just Big Mike, or whatever they're calling Michelle Obama these days, but there are two other credible candidates who have suddenly raised their hands, and one of them is going to appear in the cut sheet very shortly.
Yep.
And I think that they are now stepping up, going, you saw him at the debate. We're still here. So I don't think it's Newsom. Don't think it's Big Mike, but there are two others I think you should think about.
And one here in Pennsylvania they keep bringing up.
Oh, I forgot about Shapiro, but I think he's the B team on this one.
I love the Big Mike thing. That is just.
How do you not like it?
That is my favorite. That is my favorite internet conspiracy.
So stupid.
It's
it
so
is so
stupid, but it's hysterical. It's
but
hysterical.
and it makes them really mad.
I know.
Which is why, while we're talking about Trump,
yeah.
You have another clip, but I have
Yeah.
a clip that I think the mainstream media is going to focus on and attack him. That's not on your cut sheet.
Okay.
I mean, it's a short clip, so it won't. There's no video to it. Donald Trump in the early afternoon was at Faith and Freedom in Washington, D.C. He did two rallies in one day. Not like Joe Biden in the woods getting shot in the ass. Here was Donald Trump talking to evangelicals.
And I hope you can put the lock boxes in the churches, because that's what you should be doing. You should have lock boxes. You know, these boxes that they cheat with so badly. You should put them in your churches, because, you know, the evangelicals and the Christians, they don't vote as much as they should. I don't know if you know that, you know. They go to church every Sunday, but they don't vote. And we have to make sure they vote just this time, because all you have to do is this time. You don't have to worry about it, because we're going to straighten it out very fast. Just this time. Go vote.
So Donald Trump is saying to the evangelicals brilliantly, put the ballot boxes in the churches because you go to church more than you vote, which is a good idea. But the part where he says, you only have to vote for me one time, and then we're going to fix it. The left is going to say, see, he's never going to leave. He's always going to be, he's going to be a dictator. If you let him once, you never have to vote again.
That's one of the dumbest talking points that liberals have. It's like, oh, he's never going to leave again. Okay, stop.
Anyway, that was Faith and Freedom, and that was the Ralph Reed event. Pretty big event, and he did very well. Talked for about 40 minutes.
Cut 11 here, Phil. This is him. I think we referenced this clip earlier. This is Donald Trump in Philadelphia at the Leah Core Center complaining that he's called cognitively impaired over one word, but Biden can run into walls. It's fine. This is cut 11. Phil, go.
But the FBI crime statistics Biden is pushing are fake. They're fake, just like everything else in this administration. Now he's even saying that all his mishaps were fake. They say the fake news covered him in a fake manner. That's a lot of fake news. That's a lot of fake news back there. All we want them to do is be honest, because they're all going out of business. Nobody believes them anymore. And it didn't help when they went along with the Biden scam. What is he called? What does he call it? You know what he calls it? So they get him in about 9 different positions. I mean, even normal positions, although I assume he's been in some very bad ones. But they get him in all these horrible, compromising posts. And then they say it really wasn't that way. It was total. Then everybody sends in, they all have cameras. See, every one of you has a camera. If I blow it up here, though, they take a perfect, brilliant, beautiful statement that I make. I go for 2 hours without teleprompters. And if I say one word slightly out, they say, he's cognitively impaired. Whereas Biden can run into walls. He can fall off the stage. He can fall up the stairs. He falls up. He can turn around. Listen to this. From 20,000 feet, a paratrooper is landing right in front of him. Everybody, all the foreign leaders, they're watching. And he turns around to look at a tree. Right? No. And then they say it was fake. He was fine. And then the press goes along with it. They go along with it. They say, isn't it terrible the way they cover him? No, he's terrible. The worst president in history by far. And we have to get him out, or this country is not going to survive another year.
There you go.
Yeah, he's right, though. And last week we had that cheap fake. That was the term Trump was looking for. We had the cheap fake that showed Donald Trump walking off the stage and Don Jr. holding his hand from the floor, but it was a single frame. And some guy, some left-wing poster on Twitter X, put a picture of it and said, Don Jr. has to hold Trump's hand as he walks off the stage. And immediately the video surfaced showing that Don Jr. basically came by and gave his dad an attaboy, and then he kept walking off. But they're going to manipulate, and that's part of the deal. We know that from jump.
This is cut 12 here. He discusses the family. We discussed this last week. Rachel Marin, Marin?
Yes.
Yeah. And she was murdered by an illegal immigrant. By the way, speaking of that, we have MSNBC talking about illegal aliens, and the host, in the middle of them talking about it, says, "We don't use that term here." We'll get to that in 1 second. But he brings up that murder by that woman, by this illegal alien. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
And last week, yet another Biden migrant was arrested for the rape and murder of Rachel Morin. I just spoke to her mother, Patricia, Patty, as they say, but Patricia. Rachel was a 37-year-old Maryland mother of 5 whom he attacked while she was out for a run. She wanted to stay in good shape, and she ends up getting killed. Police believe that the animal responsible for Rachel's killing first murdered another young woman in El Salvador. Then he fled across Joe Biden's wide-open border. Wide open! Come on in. Into the United States. You know, we had the safest border in the history of our country. Now we have the unsafest border in the history of the world. After which he savagely attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home in Los Angeles before killing Rachel. And a lot of Rachel's family is here. I have to say that they're incredible people. And we're deeply grateful for the brother and sister of Rachel, Michael Morin, Aaron Morin Lehman. Would you stand up, please, wherever you may be? They've gone through hell. I've watched them on television. I've watched you on television, and it is a tough deal. People say time. I don't know about time. I don't know if that's the answer. Thank you very much. Michael and Aaron, we grieve Rachel's loss. We pray that God will ease your pain, and we resolve to secure our border so this will never happen again. But you know it's going to happen again because we have an incompetent man. He's an incompetent, and he's happens to be the president. You know, all he has to do is say close the border. He doesn't need Congress. I need Congress. I didn't have Congress.
There you go.
Yeah, that was a presidential Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. You know, he went from talking about Joe getting shot in the ass before the debate to seriously mourning the death of a victim of these illegals in the country, the invaders. It's a topic he wins on if he gets to it like that. Yeah.
We will get to Philadelphia Mayor Cheryl Parker in just 1 second. She was on the Reverend Al Sharpton program, where basically everybody has to go on and kiss the ring. But I want to play this one first. I believe this actually just happened this morning. We know Caroline Leavitt, right? She's the Trump press secretary. She's been on this radio station. So she was talking to CNN's Casey Hunt. And I guess Caroline insulted Dana Bash and Jake Tapper, and Casey Hunt abruptly ended the interview because she insulted her colleagues. This is cut 21. Phil, go.
So he's basically saying there, well, will I let Joe Biden win? It does seem as though many Republicans have set the bar very low in terms of arguing that Joe Biden is basically senile. Now you have people like Doug Burgum coming out and saying, well, President Biden's very accomplished, trying to set expectations in a different place. What do you expect from Joe Biden?
Well, first of all, it would take someone 5 minutes to Google Jake Tapper, Donald Trump, to see that Jake Tapper has consistently,
we're going to stop this interview if you're going to keep attacking my colleagues. Ma'am, I'm going to stop this interview if you continue to attack my colleagues. I would like to talk about Joe Biden and Donald Trump, who you work for.
Yes.
If you are here to speak on his behalf, I am willing to have this conversation.
I am stating facts that your colleagues have stated in the past.
Okay,
now,
I'm sorry, guys. We're going to come back out to the panel. Caroline, thank you very much for your time. You are welcome to come back at any point. She is welcome to come back and speak about Donald Trump, and Donald Trump will have equal time to Joe Biden when they both join us now at later this week in Atlanta for this debate.
Wow. The only thing missing was Maxine Waters going, reclaiming my time, reclaiming my time.
How do we feel about her standing up for her colleagues? Dawn,
really?
would you do that? Would you do that if somebody came on this air and insulted somebody on this radio station? Would you stick up for your colleagues?
I think, to me, she's not really sticking up for her colleagues. What she's doing is she hates Trump. She hates Trump's spokesperson. So she wants to stop the interview and stifle anybody who stands up for Trump. That's really what that's about. She's not really. If you want to do good television, you're going to continue on, and you can poke holes in whatever she's saying. But she is not going to have. Look, I'm all about having the conversation. Everybody knows that. I will have the conversation. I will let somebody go on because they can hang themselves with their own rope, or they can make their own argument, whatever. But she doesn't want to have a conversation. She doesn't want to hear anything good about Trump or anything from anybody who represents him, and that's what CNN is all about. They do not, and MSNBC the same. They want to stifle any news about Trump or any facts or any truth. They just want to stop the conversation, and that's the problem. That's not journalism, by the way. Journalism is you let that person speak, and afterward you can say, hey, I don't appreciate what you said about my colleague, and it's not really about Jake Tapper or blah, 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 whatever, but that's not what she did. She just shut it down. Shame on her.
And she wouldn't even let her establish the premise that she was trying to set up to go after that topic. So she, the minute she went after Tapper, et cetera, it was cut off. Never let her set up where she was going. And I wish somebody would ask, has Jim Acosta dyed his hair? Because it used to be gray, partially gray, and now it's like this jet black that doesn't occur in nature anywhere. And by the way, his name is not Jim, it's Abilio Acosta.
Is that right?
Yeah, his middle name is James. He's Abilio Acosta. But then, people like Buck Sexton, it's not Buck Sexton, he's James Buck Sexton.
Yeah.
So, everybody has the right to, but it's just, I think Dawn nailed it. It's just the blocking of any real dialogue back and forth. If you let somebody talk long enough, they'll either make their point or they'll dig themselves into a hole.
The Biden-Harris 2024 campaign chair said this. This is cut 13, Phil, go.
Not having an audience, not having distractions, not having to worry about COVID. I think all of those things are better for the American people, and Joe Biden's going to have a great debate.
COVID?
Well, because
COVID?
The 2020 debates.
I know.
Yeah.
But it's like, we don't have to worry about COVID. So Joe did that. Sure.
By the way, do you agree? Do both of you? I'm going to ask both of you. Do you both agree that not having an audience at the debate is better for the American people, according to
No.
Jen O'Malley?
Not even close.
Yeah.
No, they always have it.
It's a true poll. An audience, if you put it 50-50, if each side's allowed to put their people in there, now you've got a poll of the American people.
Yeah.
Or if it's a third Biden, a third Trump, and a third undecided, which who knows who the hell is, you'd have an honest poll. Polls seem to be meant to drive a narrative now, not to tell you what the people are thinking. And this would be an honest poll, and they don't have it. And I go back to the Hillary Clinton-Trump debate when he said you'd be in jail and the audience erupted. That was a moment. We're not going to be allowed to have those.
Yeah. David Axelrod was on CNN over the weekend with Michael Spraconic and said that talking about the expectations for Biden during the debate. This is what he said. This is cut 14. Phil, go.
In our final 30 seconds, tell me what's the one thing David Axelrod most wants to see Thursday night?
Well, look, I think from Biden, I would like to see him make this a very comparative exercise. Don't get caught up in that presidential trap of touting your own record and defending your own record endlessly. I told you what I think that it'll be interesting to me to see if Trump is the Trump who was in that first debate in 2020 and did terrible damage to himself by being obnoxious and heckling and interrupting.
So his advice is don't get caught up in the presidential trap of touting your own record. I mean, isn't that because he can't?
For God's sakes, don't tell us what you've done.
I mean, like, it's a trap to say what you've done. You know what I mean? Like, if I get up in front of the Odyssey board and say, okay, Greg Stocker, in the last couple of years since you've been head of 1210 WPHT, what have you done for us as a company? I'm going to sit up there and tout my accomplishments.
Oh, I'm not going to get caught in the brand manager trap and tell you what I've done.
Like, what is that? You know what I mean? Like, that's just, it's ridiculous.
That's why he still has a job. He still gets paid by these people because he can spin it around to a point that doesn't make any sense. It's kind of like Kamala's word salads.
You're right. It's just, if you're not there to talk about what you've done, then what are you there for? You know what I mean?
It's going to be about character assassination. We saw a preview. Mitch Landrieu from Louisiana, who's now like the #1 Biden surrogate, was out there over the weekend saying, well, he's twice impeached. Now he's twice convicted. He's a felon. Yep. That's where they're going. It's character assassination.
Pollster Frank Luntz and the dead cat on his head was on ABC.
Give Frank a break. He had a stroke.
I know he did. But
he came back from a stroke.
I can't.
But it is an awful.
I can't take the bad hairpiece. I just can't. It's just it's so disturbing to look at. YouTube.com/1210WPHT if you want to see.
If you want to see, if you want to see it.
I don't wish any ill health on anybody, but just take it off and let it shine, buddy. Let it shine. He said that if we get another reaction like the 2020 debate, it will, quote, cause our system to break. Like, do these people just look for things that they need to say? You know what I mean? Like, give me the most outrageous, outlandish thing to say. Cut to Phil, go.
Well, not only have they been like no others, but that was the beginning of the end for a lot of people about democracy. And I have to be candid with you. I'm very nervous about the outcome of this debate. A lot of people are going to watch. A lot of people have made up their minds about the two candidates, but haven't made up their minds whether or not our democracy still works. If we have another reaction like that first 2020 debate, where the two candidates just go at each other, at some point our system breaks. Our democracy comes undone.
Democracy.
And so I'm going to be watching not just for the cute quip or trying to figure out who won or lost, but I'm going to be watching American reactions and whether or not this adds to our discontent and our division or whether it begins to heal it.
There you go.
What a gigantic waste of time that statement was from him. Seriously, I think America does want to see these two go at it. I think America wants to see these two have a conversation in the form of a debate where they make the case why I'm better than you for America.
But don't tout your record because nobody wants to hear that nonsense.
Well, that's a presidential trap, duh.
Presidential trap.
Look out for the presidential trap, Joey.
Look, Axelrod's a smart guy. He helped get Obama elected. But I just, if you're not there to tout what you've done, what are you there for? That's all I'm saying. Sherelle Parker, Philadelphia mayor, was on with the Reverend Al Sharpton. You have to say Reverend because,
I won't. I refuse.
He's a man of God.
I have an internet religious credential set too. I can marry people on the radio.
It's true. You can.
Yeah, Dr.
Can.
Divinity. Thank you, Universal Life Church.
Love that. Sherelle Parker. I know kind things were said about her earlier today, but maybe after this interview, not so much. Let's start with cut 8 here, Phil. About the record that Philadelphia apparently had a sky-high black unemployment and more gun violence because of Trump, according to Sherelle Parker. This is cut 8, Phil, go.
I want to start by saying Donald Trump is about to take the rally stage at Philly's Temple University, the latest of several campaign events he's held in black cities, some in black neighborhoods, though it was mostly white turnout, as he tries to peel off black support from President Biden. The Democratic National Committee responded to Trump at Temple by putting up billboards in the surrounding neighborhood, hitting the former president over his record with black Americans and promoting President Biden's. Philly is crucial for the president's fortunes in the swing state of Pennsylvania. Are you worried Trump could cut into your city's black vote enough to cause Biden problems in November?
No, Reverend Al, thank you so very much for having me. But he's actually there. Trump, the vile trickster, as I often refer to him as, is because he remembers how essential Philadelphia is to ensuring that President Biden wins Pennsylvania. If you'll remember, in 2016, he won Pennsylvania by 44,000 votes. Well, Philadelphians rose to the occasion in the city that Donald Trump said specifically to the nation, bad things happen in Philadelphia. Well, we delivered for President Biden. He received 81% of our vote, nearly doubling that vote margin, and he became our president of the United States, and we're going to do the same. This is simply a mere distraction, Reverend Al, and we won't forget how Donald Trump has failed the black community. Sky-high black unemployment, more guns and violence on our street, and believe me, the higher health care costs for families in the city of Philadelphia, particularly the black community, we haven't forgotten.
There you go. Sherelle Parker.
Sherelle, we're breaking up. I still want you to fix things, but you've got one strike on you right now. One Sharpton appearance is one strike. Sorry. And it's a two-strike league. 2 strikes and you're out. Boy. She's just got the talking points, and she delivers them well. I will tell you that.
She was reading, by the way. If you if you were watching on YouTube, you can see that she was looking down and reading. She continues here about making Philadelphia the safest.
Oh, there's more?
Of course.
You're going to make me mad? She's already got 1 strike on her.
Well, there's 3 cuts of 3 strikes. She talks about we can't make Philadelphia the safest and greenest city in the nation without Biden. How's that working out for us in the last 4 years? Safe. Yeah.
And green.
When you think of Philadelphia, you think safe. Cut 9, Phil, go.
We haven't forgotten.
Now, staying with that, some polls have shown an erosion of President Biden's support from segments of the black voter base, which he'll have a chance to address in his first debate with Donald Trump this coming Thursday evening. What should his message to black America be, and how should he deliver it? By touting his record or calling Trump out on his record, or both?
Reverend Al, let me just say this as it relates to polls. I became the first woman mayor in the city of Philadelphia, and if I looked at polling as the sole indicator to how I would perform in this election, I wouldn't be here. What I, as mayor, will be doing is reminding Philadelphians we will have to keep our eyes on the prize, and we will have to think about, for example, and you can't make these numbers up. I'm a new mayor. I just got here in January. I have received from the federal government, the Biden-Harris administration, over $613 million for the city of Philadelphia. For what, Reverend Al? I can't go through it all, but $25 million for water and sewer treatment, for infrastructure, $317 million, mass transit, $159 million to reconnect a community in Philadelphia that had been redlined and moved away from our city, and $2 million for additional brownfields remediation. So for me, I think a whole lot about Baldwin. This is not simply listening to what people say. This is about watching what they do. And President Biden has affirmed that he knows what it means to make Philadelphia what I've committed, and that is to make our city the safest, cleanest, greenest big city in the nation with economic opportunity for all. And we can't do it without President Biden, and that's what I'm hoping that he stays focused on. I've talked to him personally on many occasions. I'm in close communication with his team, and we're going to stay focused on the facts. And it's my job as mayor, Reverend Al, and I want to be clear. I need to make sure that Philadelphians know that we won't be had, we won't be took, and we won't be hoodwinked by any black faces in high places telling us that we should endorse Trump. We won't forget about what he's done, and we're prepared to do that here in the city of Philadelphia.
There you go.
You know,
Philadelphia,
she left out?
more of the
she
same.
left out,
Sorry.
we won't be bought. She said, we won't be hoodwinked, but
took.
apparently we'll be bought.
Or boughten. Boughten.
Boughten. But the
she
money
said
is...
took. Sorry.
This is the playbook, though. Throw money at it. Forgive college student loans. Throw money at a city that. How much pandemic money? Dawn, you used to talk about this all the time. How many billions of dollars from the pandemic were given to the city and the state, but never got spent?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough to say that Trump hurt Philadelphia when you look at what we're dealing with in the city of Philadelphia right now. And so
50-year run by the same party is what destroyed the city. I mean, there's nothing else to it, right? I mean,
well, didn't Trump offer troops, federal assistance with law enforcement to Chicago and Philadelphia when things were getting nutty?
Yeah. He said it again. He said it again Saturday that he vowed to send federal resources if elected.
Yeah,
two strikes, Mayor.
Yeah, there's. I'm not going to play the third one because
she's out.
I can see you guys getting disgusted already.
Well,
that wasn't my point with this.
What did you expect her to say? The fact that she is on a national show, even though it's MSNBC. The fact that they're having her on means they're worried. They're worried about Trump coming into Philadelphia. Is he going to take Philadelphia voters by storm? No. But the fact that he came here to the first ever, I think, on the Temple campus like this, and to just remind everybody here that you've been played, you've been taken for granted, they don't like that. And so when has a Philadelphia mayor been on a national show like that?
Yeah.
When?
It's been a while.
Yep.
Been a long time. Now,
was Jim Kenney ever on? No. Ed Rendell was.
I think Nutter was.
For different reasons.
I think Michael Nutter was on MSNBC a lot. But that was because the convention was happening here.
Right. And Ed Rendell the same, because he became governor, obviously.
Yeah.
And was a DNC spokesperson more, but not necessarily speaking for the city of Philadelphia.
The event that happened Saturday night, there is something going on online right now that they're showing, and the Biden-Harris campaign Twitter account is showing this. They're saying that Trump didn't have as big of a crowd as Biden did. I don't know if you've seen the pictures, and they're doing a split screen side by side because in the Biden event that was held at the same location, there were people in the upper deck, and now people are saying, hold on a second. They cut the arena in half for the Biden event, and there's video showing they curtained off the arena. So it's Bravo Sierra. Don't be fooled by what the Biden campaign is actually telling you. Somebody's fact-checking them on Twitter right now.
MSNBC's Simone Sanders in the middle of a discussion about a 12-year-old who was savagely raped and killed by two illegals says that we don't use the term illegal. Yes, that's what she was concerned about during this conversation. This is cut 19, Phil. Go.
What do you tell the parents of those people, those young girls who were killed? This is absurdity. The preponderance of these people, Michael, are male.
But what is the difference between an illegal immigrant who unfortunately engages in that activity?
And we don't like that. I want to be clear. We don't use the term illegal. So undocumented individuals.
That's sweet. They're illegal aliens.
Undocumented individuals versus anyone else.
Oh my God. Oh, my God.
Well, this is interesting because the president and CEO of the Heritage Foundation was on MSNBC. Yep. And I give this guy massive props for going into the lion's den. And he kept using the term illegal, and they finally, called out the language police on him. It's great. It's wonderful that he said, they are illegal.
We've lost our minds.
Yeah, but I just think you're talking about the brutal killing of a 12-year-old.
Agreed. Yeah.
And so to be so insensitive to discuss and debate whether or not they should be called undocumented killers or illegally here killers, really?
But for their breaking the law, that girl would be alive.
Sickening. The whole thing is sickening. Yeah. Like that's what they're concerned about on MSNBC. Okay.
Sure.
What's that?
Sure. Please tell me you're going to get to some of the Cuomo stuff.
I will in 1 second. But first, I want to play NBC's medical drama New Amsterdam. Do either of you watch this show?
No.
I've
never heard of it.
Clip.
Yeah. It's very popular. I looked it up in the ratings, like Nielsen ratings, and it does it's always in the top 5. It does very well on NBC. In this scene that I'm about to play here, they make the claim that cancer can be caused by racism.
Duh. Sorry. Sorry, I think that's in the medical textbook.
This is the type of stuff you get if you watch these dramas on network TV. Cut 15, Phil, go.
I had Cephas answer some questions from a Harvard test known as Unrest. It is designed to measure someone's level of social resistance.
Social resistance.
When people like us oppose the values and policies of the dominant culture.
That's right.
And what does that have to do
Your
with
son, he feels threatened on a daily basis. Like everything he's earned can just be taken away. He's disenfranchised. But because his life is seemingly free from all this, because he can't name it, he's internalizing it.
Name what?
Racism. I think your son's tumor was caused by racism.
There we go. Your son's tumor was caused by racism. Wow. What a show.
Now, years ago, Norman Lear funded a group of writers to be on network TV shows to put woke topics into the scripts, to weave in characters and this kind of stuff. So this has been embedded in Hollywood productions, and as the networks are struggling to make profits, if Norman Lear comes in and says, I'm going to put $1 million into salaries for you to hire some of these woke writers, that's what's been going on. And just now we're seeing how ridiculous it's gotten. Crazy.
One more from network television. This is Station 19 on ABC. Again, I don't watch any of these shows. So
is that a cop show or is it a firehouse?
I'm not sure. Station 19 sounds like a firehouse, maybe? I don't know. Well, this woman gets the lovely news that she's pregnant, and she asks the doctor what she's going to have.
Oh no!
I kid you not. She says what she's going to have, and then there was somebody, there was a voice in the background that actually said something. I thought this was a parody when I saw it, and I'm still questioning the validity of it because it's so absurd. But listen for yourself. This is cut 15, Phil. Go.
Okay. Okay. I actually hate surprises. Okay. What am I having?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's a boy! Assuming that's how it identifies.
I'm so happy.
Assuming that's how it identifies. What?
It's assuming.
Well, we're going to have to wait a while until the child can tell us, until the opportunity happens when the child can look down in the bathtub and see if it's a hot dog, it's a boy. If it's something else, it's a girl.
Wow. One more time. I just want to play this one more time because this almost feels like a parody to me. Cut 20, Phil, go.
Okay. I actually hate surprises.
Okay.
What am I having?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's a boy! Yes! Assuming that's how it identifies.
I'm so happy.
Just amazing. Now, I've never been to a gender reveal party. Have you, Dawn?
Yes.
And there's only 2 colors that can come out at the gender reveal party, whether it's a rocket or a cake or a balloon or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I've never been to one where they have purple as the option, but usually it's pink or blue.
Yeah,
and
2 colors.
They will have a cake or something of that nature. So and one couple, I went to their gender reveal, and they didn't even know. The doctor filled it out, and then they gave that to the bakery, and then it was a boy. You know what I mean? But
so they had no idea.
They didn't. They wanted to be surprised with the rest of the family.
I gotta admit, I'm kind of amazed at the popularity of gender reveal parties. They seem kind of silly to me, but A lot of people like him.
It's a boy. It's a girl. You know, people get excited about it.
Yeah.
So.
But there's no third or fourth or 700th choice. So it just seems crazy now. Oh, if it even identifies.
Right. Yeah, and I wonder if the current, talking points put the kibosh on gender reveal parties for some people, maybe because they don't want to. I have no idea. To me, I think it's an excuse for gifts.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like they
It's
register.
a good scam.
Hey,
it's
come
a
to
great
our gender
scam.
reveal, and they're all registered. Then you go and you get cake and champagne, and then how much do you give?
And or you
$50,
bring a
$100
gift card. I'm drinking my $100 worth of cake or champagne and eating my $100 worth of cake.
It's your third kid, right? It's like, please, all right. But so there is that piece of it. But it depends. If family, let's say they have all girls, they've been trying for a boy, it's cute.
I still believe that last clip was a parody, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I just feel like can somebody really have done that in that show? I don't know. I don't know. I don't watch it enough to know or care. But do you remember the Disney show That's So Raven on Raven Simone? She was also on the Cosby Show too. Raven Simone says that Disney desperately wanted to make her character gay, and she refused despite being a lesbian herself. So Disney, for a kid's show, That's So Raven, wanted to make her character gay, and she refused. This is cut.
Was she Rudy? Was she the little kid?
She was the other little kid. Once Rudy got too old and they needed a little kid, they brought in Raven Simone to be like that little kid. Because
I never watched That So Raven. I barely watched the Cosby Show.
Yeah.
But I know who she is because she was one day she showed up on The View to tell everybody she was a lesbian with half of the hair shaved on the side of her head and things like that.
Well, you remember the Cosby Show, right? When everybody pretended that Bill Cosby was America's dad, when he was actually,
and he tried to tell
cheating
us
on his wife every other day.
Well, he tried to tell us with the barbecue sauce that he knew how to drug people.
Yeah, exactly.
You've played that clip, I'm sure.
Of course.
That's wonderful.
Creep. Cut 18, Phil, go.
I think Disney wanted her to be queer in the beginning, and I just didn't feel comfortable doing that. They were like, "Do you want Raven to be gay?" I said, "Why?" "Because you are." I said, bad reason. That's a bad reason. No. Raven Baxter never exhibited any type of sexual identity situation.
She was
in
a
the
kid.
priors.
She was a kid.
I'm not being myself on this show. I'm being a character. Raven Baxter's not gay.
Wow. I mean, good for her.
Yeah, huge respect for her for doing that.
But, like, she was a kid who, like, nobody cared about her sexuality, right?
Right.
I didn't watch the show, but...
Well, what's next for Disney? Would you like your character, since you don't have a left foot, would you like your character to have their left foot removed? It's just crazy. What are we doing?
I know.
Well, you don't have that, so you should.
Yeah.
No, good for her. That's nice, actually.
Andrew Cuomo was on Real Time with Bill Maher over the weekend, discussing the Dems' immigration policy. And this is what he said. I'm going to start here with cut 4, Phil, go.
His immigration policy was a mistake, right? I get the theory of the extreme left. We're a land of immigrants, let everyone come in, we all came as immigrants. I get it. But how you do it makes all the difference in the world, right? And to just open the borders with no plan, you don't know where they go, you don't know who's going to pay for them. They wind up in cities all across the country. New York has a couple of 100,000 in hotels, costing New York City a fortune. No jobs, no training, no help assimilating into society. So who did you even help, right? It was a great theory.
You have the person in your old job, the governor of New York, a Democrat, saying, "Don't come here." Those are her exact words. "Don't come here." And the mayor of New York saying, "This is going to ruin our city." I mean, if I didn't know who was talking, I would have thought they would be Republicans.
Yeah, but they didn't stop them, Bill. They could have stopped
that. Right.
The governor was saying, she didn't want them outside of New York City. But the mayor could have said no. The governor could have said no. Many mayors and governors said no. But New York was more of the ideological left. All are welcome. And now we're finding out, 200,000 people later, you needed a plan. You needed to know what to do with these people. And that's where you failed.
Don't you love, too, how he throws Hochul right under the bus?
Yeah.
Sure. He can't be happy that idiot's in there.
It's amazing.
The scariest eyebrows in gubernatorial position today.
Yeah.
But interesting that this guy is now surfacing again.
Yes, isn't it?
The love gov.
Isn't it?
And this one statement where he's really against the administration, flat out against what they did, making every state a border state. But this is only half the argument, Greg. You've got another great clip from him.
Yes. Which one do you want me to go to? The hush money one or?
Yeah. Go to the hush money one.
Yeah, the hush money one. He says that Trump's hush money case should have never been brought to trial. This is cut 5. Phil, go.
Fundraising. The trial in New York, the one he got convicted for, was the greatest fundraising bonanza ever. He was lagging behind Biden, and now he's pulled quite a bit ahead. That trial was the greatest reason people had to send their checks for $5, $10, $25, whatever dollars to Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, it's a Hobson's choice always with him, because he's always guilty. It's not like he's not guilty of any of these crimes, but the repercussions might be worse. I mean, this is something politicians always had to face. Remember when Obama came to office, they were like, how can you not put those people in jail, those Wall Street people? And Obama was like, yeah, that would feel good, and it is the right thing to do, but it's also more the wrong thing to do, because it'll tank the whole economy. Those are the kind of tough decisions that you have to make. So I was always with you on the one in New York, the hush money trial. I don't think they should have brought that one. It was just always going to look like a sex case, and people were always just going to look at it that way. So anyway.
That case, the Attorney General's case in New York, frankly, should have never been brought. And if his name was not Donald Trump, and if he wasn't running for president, I'm the former AG in New York, I'm telling you that case would have never been brought. And that's what is offensive to people. And it should be, because if there's anything left, it's belief in the justice system.
We should have just heard the one about trying to overthrow the government of the United States. That's the main thing. He tried to
There you go.
Yeah. So you've got the former governor who used to do, remember during the pandemic, he was doing a daily press conference, and people talked about pushing Biden out and replacing him in 2020 with Cuomo, and then the sex scandal blew him up. And we now know people don't care about sex scandals. So all of a sudden, as Biden is weak, you've got Cuomo going out and making 2 real common sense, middle of the road statements about what's been happening in the country on the border and on Trump. This case, which we know never should have been brought. I contend that he is now raising his hand, as is Hillary, saying, hey, if you dump Biden, I'm here. You know, I still have my suits and they still fit.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Be a tough opponent.
Yeah, it's interesting now. All of a sudden, he's going to the right flank of everybody, right? You know what I mean, Cuomo?
Yeah, Biden's gone so far left. But, you know, he's not alone in New York. May I, or do you want me to send you the link to the clip to play the clip of Judge Judy?
No, why don't you play it?
Okay, because I didn't know if you want to see the video. But Judge Judy appeared with Chris Matthews on CNN. Judge Judy, who in 2016 was kind of pro-Trump, in 2020 she hated Trump. And she was absolutely out in public saying, don't vote for Trump, you got to vote for Hillary Clinton. Or support. She should have supported Hillary Clinton. You got to vote for Biden. But this was Judge Judy on CNN this weekend. And hold on a second here. It's not popping up. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Here we go.
Is that the justice system working, or is it the justice system being manipulated?
I would be happier, as someone who owns property in Manhattan, if the district attorney of New York County would take care of criminals who are making it impossible for citizens to walk in the streets and use the subway, to use his efforts to keep those people off the street, than to spend $5 million or $10 million of taxpayers' money trying Donald Trump on this nonsense. That's my view. But I, as a taxpayer in this country, resent using the system for your own personal self-aggrandizement. Now, if you didn't know...
And that's what you think the DA did in Manhattan?
That's what I think. I mean, if you look... You had to twist yourself into a pretzel to figure out what the crime was.
Wow. So Judge Judy comes out in full-throated support of this was Bravo Sierra. This whole case never should have come into fruition, and that it was a giant waste of money for people, citizens of New York like herself. These two big mouths in New York, that's a big stinking deal.
Agreed.
And yeah. I think you're looking at something that's going to really help Trump in his appeal if after July 11th, because a lot of people are worried that July 11th sentencing hearing is going to end up with house arrest or jail.
Do you think it's going to happen on that day? I don't think it's going to happen on that date.
No, I think it is.
Well, it doesn't matter because they will immediately file the appeal, and then whatever the judge, Juan Merchan, whatever he says, it doesn't even matter because it'll go. They have to wait for the appeal. You have the right to appeal.
Can't he remand though, Dawn? Can he remand Trump to custody or house arrest, which would prevent him from going to the convention?
He can fight. He can do whatever he's going to do, but it's not going to happen.
I hope not. But at this point, I think if Biden has a real weak performance, I think Trump's remanded.
Yeah, could be.
Just a thought.
Yeah. All right, that's what a long time. Went a long time, but that's what I got.
Sorry, we had too much cut sheet stuff.
So much stuff. Plus, I have more, which I'll get to at like 9:40 or so.
The cut sheet is an all-you-can-eat buffet of craziness, stupidity, and education, and we appreciate it. It is, oh my goodness, it's 8:52. Are we going to a break, or are we going to Big Three? Where are we?
We're going to Big. We'll do the Big Three at 9.
Okay.
Right at the top of the hour at 9. But yeah, we should break here.
It's Opelka in for Kayal, who returns tomorrow. Yes, he's going to be sore, but he's going to be happy to be back.
Come on,
Kristen. He might even have a little tequila.
Mrs. Kayal did all the heavy lifting.
Yeah,
we know that,
absolutely.
right?
Absolutely.
You're sure?
She did. Absolutely.
Well,
she did.
Nick's going to be sweating tequila tomorrow. That's all I know.
Well, you know, Dawn, his party's over now. Now that the old ball and chain's back.
Oh, please. Give me a break.
I got to take a break, too. It is 8:53, Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's officially summer, and summertime means there's no time like the present to get back out on the roads, plan that summer road trip. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're always going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. You know you want it. You've earned it. Now go get it with a little help from my friends at Piazza. You know, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and much more. Just visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. You can always stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navien's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
Have you questioned your doctor about symptoms like low energy, digestive issues, brain fog, joint pain, just not feeling right, just something is off, and you're only left settling for unanswered questions, or worse, being told it's just because you're getting older? You don't have to settle for unanswered questions any longer. With Younger Me MD's exclusive VIP membership program, aging doesn't have to make you feel older. Their proven 3-step process and functional medicine approach helps you discover the underlying causes of your issues. As a member, you get access to high-level personalized treatment plans, as well as discounts on treatments and supplements. If you're ready to live the life you deserve, it's time to learn about Younger Me MD's VIP membership program. Call 445-266-4024. 445-266-4024. That's 445-266-4024. And schedule your consultation with Younger Me MD.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Is your IRS tax debt making you feel anxious? The professionals at Allies Tax Relief are ready to negotiate your fresh start. Call them now at 800-230-5174.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
I got my mind set on you. I got my mind set on you. I got my mind set on you. Got my mind set on you. But
It is 9:01 on a Monday morning. Great George Harrison music there. Opelka in for Kayal on Kayal and Company. Nick returns tomorrow, and you have to be here for his return. Quick prediction. Nick is going to train harder than last year for the bike ride.
I disagree with that.
Now, he's going to get all that time out of the house.
Oh, that's funny.
Wow.
Come on now.
Yeah.
I got to do this, honey. It's for charity.
You're very quick.
So he's going to be there. Boom, boom, boom.
Yep.
It's good planning, Nick. You're welcome.
Yep.
We have to get to so much this hour. Of course, the mystery movie, another cut sheet, this day in music. But most importantly, we got to get to the big three with the great Dawn Stensland.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Good morning, Big Three. This hour, we are sponsored by United Tire this morning. So we talked a lot about Trump in Philadelphia over the weekend. This morning, former President Donald J. Trump's legal team, his lawyers, back in court after a Friday hearing, and both sides had been arguing the legality of whether or not special, not so special counsel Jack Smith's appointment, and that's what Trump calls him, right? Special counsel Jack Smith's appointment in the classified documents case in Mar-a-Lago, whether or not he should have been appointed in the first place. So that hearing continuing today, both sides, again, talking about all of the matters related to Smith's appointment in the first place. They're also talking about that limited gag order, which prosecutors have requested to ban Trump and stop him from making any comments because they fear, they claim that could endanger the safety of those FBI agents and endanger the safety of law enforcement officials involved in that. It's the Mar-a-Lago raid and the so-called, protected documents case. But Trump's lawyers have said that any speech restrictions will infringe on his free speech rights, especially because he is the leading presidential candidate challenging Biden. And so that's what they're looking at today. So Trump's lawyers arguing that in court. As far as U.S. District Judge Aileen Cannon, Trump appointed, she heard hours of arguments on Friday from lawyers from both sides, with Trump's attorneys saying that the Justice Department really risked creating a, quote, shadow government through the appointment of special counsels to then persecute select criminal cases. So that was one of the arguments that was being made.
And she said she's doing this for 3 days, right? So Friday,
Yes.
Monday, and she could decide tomorrow.
It
on
sounds,
this?
yeah. So it sounds like we'll get some answers perhaps tomorrow.
Wow, what a week this is going to be. Tuesday, Cannon. Wednesday, Supreme Court decisions again, and Thursday's the debate.
Yes.
Wow.
So it's for what used to be a slow week and a slow week, right? And leading into July 4th, the July 4th holiday and all of that. It's not going to be a slow week for us as we look, toward all these different, to your point, the SCOTUS rulings, what will we get out of that one? Will we get the J6 decision, right? And that has a lot of Pennsylvania ties.
Oh, that's right.
Right? So we're awaiting that one. J6, what does it mean for not just J6 defendants, but as well Trump? That could be one of those decisions. We're watching for all of that. Yeah, and then with the debate, and Cannon obviously didn't make the decision last Friday, but it is expected to issue a written order on this matter in the coming days. So even if they hear arguments and it goes through tomorrow, it sounds like we're gonna hear some kind of a written order by Judge Cannon by this Friday. That's what we're all the
huge week.
Yeah,
huge week. This could be monumental when it comes to not just the election, but the future of the country.
This is true. Let's talk about. We've talked a lot about Pennsylvania. And we've talked a lot about Biden. Obviously, First Lady Jill Biden will be in Philadelphia for a fundraiser today. We know that Trump obviously was in Philadelphia over the weekend. But what about RFK Jr.? So the independent presidential candidate, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., has filed the paperwork to appear on the ballot in Pennsylvania. Kennedy's campaign had said that they submitted 9,000 signatures, which, by the way, they needed about half of that, so it's nearly double the amount required for those independent candidates. And obviously the Democrats are working to get him booted or blocked from the ballots here in Pennsylvania. By the way, RFK Jr. did not qualify for this Thursday's debate to be on the debate stage hosted by CNN this Thursday night. But they want to be on the ballot here in Pennsylvania. And so would he create more of a problem for Biden or for Trump? I know there's a lot of debate, but he wants to appear on the ballot here in Pennsylvania.
Interesting that the new push by the Democrats on Biden's behalf is going to be save democracy. That's what the lawn signs are saying, the blue lawn signs. And if you're the party that says you want to save democracy and you want to prevent someone from even being on a ballot, that seems to be in direct contradiction with your philosophy. This is true.
I was looking for just a little bit of a lighter story, and that brings us to a bear in Delaware. Now this Newark, Delaware bear, residents being warned, has the bear moved on to Maryland, or was it coming from Maryland? So we're hearing that it's a roaming bear, maybe looking for love. I don't know, is it mating season? What's up with the bear? But they've been, the bear was along Julie Lane near Barksdale Estates over the weekend, and the bear at one point, this had gone viral. The bear was walking onto a deck before walking back toward the woods. There are all these bear sightings, and the bear is making a lot of social media hits, going viral across our region.
Great. Hungry bears, hot weather. What could possibly go wrong?
Did the bear in the woods?
No, in the hot tub.
In the hot tub.
You know, that's Dawn. That's what I worry about, the Spring Dens hot tub being an attractive place for the bear in your backyard.
Yeah, well, maybe that's it. The bear was looking for a place to cool off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe a swimming pool. We've seen that before, where they get in the pool, they cool off.
Yep. They've been doing a lot of construction of these high-density housing areas in lower, slower Delaware and central Delaware, and I'm sure some of the habitats of the bears have been compromised, so doesn't surprise me. We had a bear in Wellington about 5 years ago, and he was actually in the city going from backyard to backyard, but it was all about food.
Yeah.
So do you have bear spray at home?
No.
What is bear spray?
It will knock them down. And there, a lot of these protesters carry bear spray, and you're not allowed to use it on people. And it says if you use it on people, it's a felony. If you go to your Cabela's or your local hunting store and ask them where the bear spray is, they'll show you.
Really?
Yeah. It's good stuff to have. If you're in the country and you've got the potential for bears and you're not Second Amendment friendly, I would recommend a canister of bear spray.
Does it really work, though, do you think?
Well, I've never had the chance to use it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, has anybody gotten that close to the bear?
Are you allowed to say it's bear spray and it not work? I mean, Elizabeth Warren would be all over you like a cheap suit if you lied like that, because, you know, she protects all the consumers.
Yeah, no, I get you. I'm just saying
that's her whole thing.
That, like, you know.
Somebody in the chat has to know. Somebody on social media has to know if bear spray works. I've only gone through the bear training when you go camping in the Rockies, you have to sit through a bear training session before you're allowed to go in the park overnight.
Yeah.
And they, tell you keep your food in the trees or in the water. And if you see a bear, stand still and walk backwards real slowly because they have bad eyesight and they think you're a tree. That's just, it's crazy the stuff you remember. But yeah, we had to do that.
But I think they must have a label on it. So it inflames the eyes and upper respiratory system. But they do have a label, I'm told, at least on one of them. It says, while the spray may be effective at deterring a curious bear, it cannot be shown to have the ability to effectively stop an actual bear attack. That's one. Because think about it. If the bear attacks you, you're going to sue the bear spray company.
Oh, yeah,
right?
some lawyer wrote the warning label.
Yeah, so they do it. They're going to have they're going to have some kind of a get out of jail free card or get out of court
And what if it just
card.
pisses them off?
Yeah,
It
it's
just
a good
makes them
point.
madder.
It's a good point. That's what I'm saying.
Pissed off bear.
Take the bear spray and throw the can at him.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
to stick with this topic, that was the third story, right, Don?
Yep, that was number 3.
Did you read United Tire?
United Tire
Thank
and
you.
Service sponsors our big 3, including the bear. Staying away from beware of the bear in Delaware. But
Well-
United Tire and Service, summer's heating up, and so are the savings at United Tire and Service. Now, through June 30th, you get the best pricing for your summer road trips on all the major tire brands. Plus, get all the manufacturer's rebates. Just visit UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
I like that. I needed that last week. I had a spike in my tire.
A spike?
Yeah, it looked like a giant spike about
Yeah.
that big, and you couldn't use Fix-A-Flat, which if you do, it just pisses them off at the tire repair place because they have to clean it out.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I need a new spare, so United Tire, I'll be bugging. But staying with the bear story, this is kind of disturbing. In Canada, a rare family of polar and grizzly bear hybrids has been discovered.
Polar and grizzly bears.
Yes.
So like the brown ones and the white ones.
Yeah, researchers believe the family began when a female hybrid, who knew, had mated with grizzlies and gave birth to 4 offspring. And what do you think they're blaming for the polar bears and the grizzly bears getting together and hooking up and creating some kind of super bear?
Climate change.
Bingo!
Yep.
No more callers. We have a winner. Greg Stocker is taking home the prize. Actually says it in the article. They're blaming climate change for the polar bears hooking up with the grizzlies.
Wow.
Maybe they just like the way the grizzly looks,
Yeah. Maybe they do. Wow. Of course.
They're saying the hybrids are more robust and could be better equipped to survive climate change. But it's maybe part of evolution.
Yeah. Hello, Darwin. Yeah. Can we get an update on this?
Yeah.
They're calling them growlars.
I want to call them super bears. Let's just call them super bears. You got a grizzly and a polar. They're hooking up. And the grizzlies can run real fast. They can climb trees. And now you got the polars. They're out there in the ice floes, drinking the Coca-Cola. And now we've got super bears. I think we got to push to call them the super bears.
Super bears. Should we take a call here? Tom's in Percy. What's up, Tom?
Hey, first of all, how fast do you have to run to outrun a bear?
It's a classic. This is a classic. Go ahead, Tom. How fast?
Faster than whoever's with you.
Yes. Never fails. That's a great one. Yeah, well done.
It was a setup. Hey, so I met Scott Pressler this weekend at Quakertown. Very dynamic individual. I got a couple early voting ballots, handed them out. At least 4 people I got to mail in their ballots within an hour. It was amazing.
That's great.
But yeah, he else.
Scott was with Dom on Friday, and then Scott actually was outside of the Trump rally on Saturday. He was invited in, kind of like as a VIP, and he said, no, we're going to stand outside and register people. So that's what they did.
Yeah, he's a great guy, man. It's just pretty phenomenal. But anyway, I wanted to talk the early morning conversation about massages.
Uh-oh.
Well,
Oh, boy.
I'm going through therapy. I have plantar fasciitis in my right heel, and I have an old Achilles injury. I started taking physical therapy, and my therapist, Kayal, I think she's a masochist. She just loves beating up on me, tearing up my heels. She actually was doing what they call cupping, and it's you want to scream, but you keep going back for more because when it's done, it's done. When her intern tried to step up, I'm like, I almost wanted to call him a wuss, but that wouldn't be right.
Well, I'm a big proponent of physical therapy, and it's working. It's helping my wife recover from her surgery. I've seen what it's done for my nephew and getting back from his injuries in tennis. And certainly, we were just talking about, the men going in to get the pedicures, and then it evolved into male massages. So I don't want to belittle any kind of physical therapy with massages. And Dawn brought up the benefits of deep tissue massage, which is pretty well known. So we're just having a little bit of fun.
Yeah, the deep tissue massage, absolutely, especially dealing with my Achilles with scar damage, and it is unbelievable.
Well, good.
Great.
I hope you're back on track.
Working on it, thanks.
And by the way, Scott Pressler has an app that he uses that I found is really helpful. It's called Early Vote Action, and it's free. And if you put it on your phone and you punch in whatever and you write where you are, it tells you registered Republicans right in your area and their names, etc. So you can meet your neighbors who are like-minded. Really a smart idea, and I salute Scott. Known him for about a decade now, and great to see him having success. Do we have to? I know we have the mystery movie coming up, Gregory. Do we have time to do the story of Voorhees, New Jersey native Tommy Paul?
We absolutely do, my friend.
This is a great story. You guys know I'm a tennis addict. My nephew, who's returning after almost 2 years in injured reserve, as if it were allowed to be called that in tennis. Riley's coming back to tennis, but his cohorts, Tommy Paul, Francis Tiafoe, Taylor Fritz, all the young Americans have been rising in the ratings. And this past weekend, Voorhees, New Jersey native Tommy Paul won a tournament, an ATP 500 in England. It's the warm-up to Wimbledon, a huge tournament. And he's now the highest-ranked American going into the Wimbledon tournament, and we wish him luck. Great kid. And, of course, Voorhees, New Jersey. But after he won the tournament, and they gave him the big trophy, which, by the way, you don't get this big trophy. You get a smaller copy of it. The big trophy stays there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They put your name on it. You get a tinier one for your mantle. But you're posing with the trophy for the media. His girlfriend, who I think is like within the last year, ran out to him like Velcro.
Yeah.
She was wrapped around him like gum on your shoe on a hot day. And if you watch this 6-second video, Dawn, you haven't seen this yet, have you?
No.
Okay. This is Tommy Paul, his girlfriend, who I suspect might be a social media influencer because so many of them are. Just let me know what you see in this 6-second clip here.
All right, here we go. Go.
What?
It's amazing. Put it on loop, Phil, if you can.
Yeah, can we loop that?
Yeah. She is, wow. Like she's
cringeworthy.
Like, it's so cringeworthy. So he's from Voorhees, New Jersey?
Voorhees, New Jersey.
Nice.
His parents are great people. They worked their butts off to put him through all the tennis training that he had to get through. And now that he's like 26 or 27.
Yeah.
And you watch her right hand.
She grabs his neck. Yeah.
Yeah. In the media comments in both Instagram and on Twitter X, people are saying this is known as the claw.
What's that?
That they have several examples of other women doing this to their famous boyfriends / husbands, where they take their hand and they just claw into them and pull them towards that.
That's amazing.
The guy, now I can't see it without watching this going,
that's
the claw.
amazing. That is
this will forever be known as the claw.
Wow. I mean, she definitely did not. She wanted that spotlight with him, right?
Oh, my God. And, Riley has not been connected with any other female other than his good friend Venus Williams. And they've been traveling the world, going to fashion shows and art museums because they love art. But I don't know if there's anything romantic there. But, whenever you're out with someone as a professional athlete, you seem to draw press. And I think this lady seems to want some press. At least that's what the claw tells me.
Yeah, and the problem is, here's the thing. So what happens then when they break up?
Yeah.
And now all the video, do you know what I mean? All the video is of...
It's like when the girlfriend or boyfriend is in the family Christmas photo,
Exactly.
and they're not together anymore, and said photo can't be seen or hung because the significant other, which we're not with anymore, is in the photo.
So
now,
what
who knows?
you have to do, I can tell you, what you do is you put the girlfriend who vacations with the family, like you put her on the end. Okay, you make sure she's on the end.
Yeah.
That way.
Oh my God.
Crop. You can crop it out.
I've done this. Okay.
Oh my God.
You crop.
See, we have family picnics, and because I'm one of 9, there'd be like 70 people there, and I'm now going back mentally and looking at who's on the perimeter.
Yeah.
Because my mother used to direct the placement of people.
That's what
Dawn,
she was
you're
doing.
a genius.
So you put them on the outs. It's easier to crop.
Mm-hmm.
Just. Oh no,
That
we
is
need you
so
on
good.
the end.
Well, very end.
That way you just you can always crop people, but if you just want to limit the editing intensity, just make sure they're on the end.
So
but for this poor guy, Tommy Paul,
yeah.
I mean, this chick, dude, run.
Oh,
now
right?
maybe
Run.
Dawn, who knows? Maybe this is love, and they're going to have babies and travel the world, and he'll play tennis.
Nope.
Just the claw is a little bit unsettling.
Look, if she could just shove him out of the way and just have the trophy for herself, that's the problem here. She's not celebrating him.
Yeah.
She wants the spot. She's there to be in the spotlight. Like, look at me.
Yeah. Well,
Not my fabulous boyfriend.
The Wimbledon qualifiers start this week. The real tournament starts next week. So Tommy will be ranked very highly as an American. So I'm sure when they go to the courtside shots, we'll see his girl in the team box, because every team, whenever you play, you get a team box section where you put your coach and your family.
Yeah.
So I'm sure we'll be seeing her there, as well as his parents, who are just, as I said, they're just great people. So congrats, Tommy.
Well, why don't you get his mom to call in, and we'll just get the truth.
She's over in, that would be great, but I think they're already over in England. They're probably there.
The girlfriend has, what does she have, over like 630,000 Instagram followers? So she's a poser. She loves to pose.
They all compete. Like the guy that Tommy bounced out of number 1, Taylor Fritz, he has a girlfriend who is an influencer as well.
Yeah.
And she's got like 2 million followers. And there's a whole lot of chatter about, but this one yesterday sparked over 1.5 million views in 2 hours.
By the way, Dawn, Aaron on the YouTube chat says even if she's on the end and you crop her out, you might still see the claw on your son's neck.
Well, that if the claw is on, see, that entails a little bit, more extensive editing skills.
A little Photoshop.
You know what I mean? You got.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
But it's much easier if they're on the end. Been there, done that.
The claw. Yeah. Everybody's going to look for the claw now in all photos going forward. This is so good. Tommy Paul has given us the claw.
Voorhees, New Jersey, local story.
and a great one at that.
Yeah,
a nice success story for a young American. So maybe we'll see some more from Tommy Paul. But I don't know. But I'm just going to start calling her the claw going forward.
The claw.
All right, are you ready for the morning mystery movie clip?
Sure.
Let's do it.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Great prize today, by the way.
Sir? What?
Are we being too literal?
No, you fool. We're following orders. We were told to comb the desert, so we're combing it.
Found anything yet? Nothing yet, sir. How about you?
Boy, I hope they beep this.
Not a thing, sir. What about you guys? We ain't found.
There we go.
You know what it is? We call it 12 at 855-839-1210.
Great movie.
You could win this great prize.
The prize today is a pair of tickets to TNA Wrestling Impact this Saturday, June 28th, and Sunday, June 29th. At the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. For more information and tickets, visit TNAWrestling.com. That's TNAWrestling.com. By the way, the 2300 building is the old ECW Arena for all you wrestling fans out there.
T and A?
TNN. Like.
Oh, okay.
TNA.
I thought it was something different.
No. I know where you were going with that, but. All right, we should take a break.
Yep, it is 9:25.
Yeah.
Again, I want to be here another 3 hours. It's Michael Pelka in for Nick Kayal, Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Crash Proof Retirement records all financial meetings. All promises made in recorded financial meetings become legally binding between Crash Proof Retirement and the investing client. Crash Proof Retirement provides all of their clients with a certificate of authenticity, further documenting that recording financial meetings brings fiduciary responsibility to the highest level.
I'm Jack Gunning from Bluebell, Pennsylvania. I don't know whether anybody can offer you the security that Crash Proof Retirement does. I have a certificate that tells me they're a fiduciary. Everything is recorded and they have your best interest at heart. That certificate is 100% documentation that you know what they're saying is 100% correct. Other companies don't have this guarantee. This certificate means an awful lot for me, and it should mean an awful lot for you.
Certify your retirement future. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club, July 23rd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
A lot can happen between falling in love with a house online and owning it, between imagining living there and breathing in your new home for the first time. Having an advocate who can help you navigate the complex world of financing, inspections, negotiating, analyzing the market, and talking through any anxieties that may pop up, that can make all the difference. That's what the expertise of a Realtor can do for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors and bound by a code of ethics, because that's who we are.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's
so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Topricin Pain Relief Cream can help you live a pain-free life. If you suffer aches and pains of any kind, including arthritis, back, neck, shoulder, and joint pain, please try patented Topricin Pain Relief Cream. Topricin is made from good things like arnica, echinacea, and calendula. Guaranteed Topricin is available at fine pharmacies and natural markets throughout Greater Philadelphia and online at Amazon and Topricin.com. Get Topricin today. Topricin, rub it in. Use only as directed.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It is 9:32 on a Monday. New week underway. Michael Pelka in for Nick Kayal. One more day. Nick returns tomorrow. Really another half hour, and then Dawn takes over for 2 hours. Hardest working woman in radio.
Woo!
Yep. 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. How does she do it? Woo. Spring Dance Hot Tub.
We
sure.
Yeah, and we jack her up and give her a shot in the buttocks.
That's
really,
right.
Dawn, is that true? All weekend you relax, you get a shot in the ass, and then you come in here in 6 hours?
Greg Stocker just bends me over.
What is that? What is happening? Oh, my Lord.
Whoa.
Oh, my Lord.
I'm teasing. Injection. We're talking
Constantly.
about injections.
Yeah, it's the Donald Trump quote from this weekend.
Yeah, that's right. It's a callback to the event at Temple.
Allegation.
By the way, Michael Opelka, Don Stenson, Kevin in Bucks County has the answer to the morning mystery movie clip. What's up,
Kevin does?
Kevin.
Good morning.
Hi. What's the answer?
Spaceballs.
Spaceballs! Yes.
It is.
You win a pair.
Greg?
You win a pair of tickets. Hang on, buddy. You win a pair of tickets to the TNA Impact Wrestling this Saturday and Sunday at the 2300 Arena. So.
Awesome. Can I just say I've raised already close to $1,400 for the bike ride?
What?
Woo!
You have. Good job.
Wow.
Thanks, Kev.
Thank
Awesome.
You're welcome.
Wait a
And
minute.
you know where you need to go to donate.
GregStalkerSucks.com. Where are we as far as the total donations here, Kev? Do you know?
Almost. Give me 1 second. Almost 12,000.
Wow.
We are 70. Let's see. Give me 1 second here.
It's my understanding there was to be no math.
No. I'm looking at my tracking link.
65.
And,
we're like $65 away from 12,000.
Yep.
Okay.
12,000. Yep.
If
correct.
you're listening right now, please, and you have $65 to spare, please just go to GregStalkerSucks.com right now. Donate. The money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. All the proceeds. It's a local organization. They help the men and women, the families of fallen officers. Please donate so we can do an even 12,000. $65 right now. GregStalkerSucks.com. Do it. Thanks for the reminder, Kev.
You're more than welcome. Love you guys. And Greg, there's going to be a little gift in the mail for you in another day or so.
Hopefully you mail it to the correct address.
Yeah. Hopefully it's not ticking.
Yes. Did you get the other one, Dawn?
No.
Can I tell you what it was?
Yes.
It was the olive green Zeoli Army long sleeve shirt.
Ooh.
He sent it to you. Wait.
Wow. And someone
I sent it to Fox
confiscated
News
it.
by accident. Wrong address.
Oh.
And you know somebody just confiscated
Of course.
it. They're wearing
Of course.
I said it's
my
a 400
shirt.
market, not 2400.
Oh, boy. Oh, 400
Yeah,
market. Yeah.
the old address.
Yeah, we're not there anymore.
It's still online. It was there.
Awesome. Thanks, Kev. We got $65 left for the $12,000. So please donate right now if you can. I appreciate that. Right, Mike?
That's great. That's really great. Well done, Kevin. Well done.
the best.
And, you know, Greg, isn't there something if you give a certain amount of money, you get some shirt or something?
No. Well, our goal was $15,000 by 4th of July, and then $20,000 by the day of the race, which is July 21st. And I said that if we get to $20,000, that I would do the ride. I would ride.
Wow.
So, Mangle Mush says somebody donate $65.23 to make Greg nuts. See how they torment me, Opelka?
Well, they do, but, you know, you'd get to that $20,000 if you took the advice from today's mystery movie.
What is this place? What is it that you do here? Merchandise.
So if you were like yogurt, you would merchandise.
Yogurt. I love
yogurt.
I love yogurt, especially with strawberries.
You do.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, this is good. Nick is going to be training. We already discussed it. Now that Nick Kayal is back, he'll return tomorrow morning. His training will kick into high gear so he can have some me time, which everybody needs a little me time.
I've heard that.
Big fan of me time. It's very good.
All right, should we get to part two?
Yo, please, I'm excited.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part two. I gotta say this story kind of flew under the radar over the weekend, and I wanted to bring it up. There was a video released on Friday that showed an alleged Saudi intelligence official casing the United States Capitol around the same time Al-Qaeda was planning the 2001 terror attacks. This video, which, by the way, they're saying could have just been a sightseeing video, happened in 1999, and they were going around to the Capitol and all the locations and kind of there was like a voiceover of it, and it turned out to be a Saudi official that was doing that. The Saudi government maintains that the video is nothing more than a tourist video of Washington, D.C.
Sure.
Michael Morrell, who's the CBS News national security contributor and also a former CIA deputy director, was on Face the Nation over the weekend discussing it. By the way, get over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see the video, because they show clips of the video plus the voiceover on top of it. It's let me know what you think. Is it just a normal tourist video, or is it, Saudi nationals casing the joint? This is cut one, Phil. Go.
I want to ask you about some video that CBS broadcast earlier this week. 60 Minutes obtained it. It's Saudi national Omar al-Bayoumi walking around the U.S. Capitol back in 1999. We're seeing that video now. It was shot within 90 days of the time when senior al-Qaeda planners were deciding on 9/11 targets, according to the FBI.
You can see the video there.
At the time, you were at the CIA. We know now the FBI identified this man, al-Bayoumi, as an intelligence operative with close ties to two of the 9/11 hijackers. But in that 9/11 Commission report, it said there was no credible evidence that he was a violent extremist or aided extremist. Now that you have seen this video, what do you think it reveals?
No doubt in my mind that it is a casing video, for some sort of terrorist attack, number one. Number two, pretty clear to me that al-Bayoumi was either working for al-Qaeda or was al-Qaeda. Did he know about the 9/11 attacks? Probably not. Did he know that the two individuals he was interacting with were 9/11 hijackers? Probably not. But no doubt in my mind that Al-Qaeda tasked him to do this casing video. The video is chilling. It's chilling in terms of what he was videotaping, his narration over the top of it, which is part what tells you it was a casing video, and his extremist comments. Let me just give you two examples, Margaret. On the casing part, at one point he says, I will get over there. He's looking at the Washington Monument. I will get over there and I will report. I will report to you in detail what is there. He's talking to somebody, right? And he talks about a plan.
Not like a tourist would.
Not like a tourist video. And then in terms of the extremism, he's looking at the Capitol and he says, they say that our kids are demons. However, these are the demons, what he's looking at.
So
there you go. You can see the split shot if you're watching on YouTube. You can see it where he says, look, there's two entrances here, one by the side. I mean, this is clearly not a tourist video.
Here are some security people by the entrances on this side.
I mean,
it's a little disturbing.
Look, any intelligent person knows that Saudi Arabia, had a lot to do with what happened on 9/11. But I mean, this is the first real concrete evidence that we're seeing, I believe, that shows that Saudi nationals were part of planning it, right?
Well, 19 of the hijackers, 17 were
Yep.
Saudi nationals.
Yeah.
Correct, or maybe all 19. I thought it was at least 17. So why is this coming out now, 23 years later? Why is this suddenly showing up? Is it because Saudi Arabia is joining with China and Russia to de-dollarize oil transactions? Are we trying to demonize Saudi Arabia? Shouldn't we also be looking at the property being purchased by China near and around military bases all around the country?
Yep.
Isn't that more of a threat? The medical lab that was found in California that had all those viruses in mice. I think it's okay to kind of monitor this, but I'd rather be paying more attention to China buying all the land around our bases.
Yeah. One more before we have to break. There's tensions within the Democratic Party about Joe Biden's handling of the Israel-Hamas war are playing out in a key New York primary race that happens tomorrow. Representative Jamal Bowman faces Westchester County Executive George Latimer in Tuesday's highly contentious Democratic primary in New York's 16th congressional district. This is a safe Democratic district, but it encapsulates the fissure that has emerged within the party. They did a big rally over the weekend, and AOC was out there for her BFF, Jamal Bowman, where you see this really cringe video of them. I just, with these two, I can't.
This is Fire Marshal Bowman, right?
Yes, Fire Marshal Bowman.
Just making sure I got the right guy.
Cut 3, Phil, go.
What's up, everybody? We are just a few days out till the election day, our primary election on Tuesday, June 25th. But the good news is that the polls are open right now, and we are here for our brother, Jamal Bowman. We want to turn out the vote. I don't care if you live in New York 16 and are turning out to vote for him. I don't care if you live outside New York 16. We are texting our friends. We are turning out. We are calling our friends in Tuckahoe, in White Plains, in New Rochelle, in Yonkers, and telling them to vote for Jamal Bowman.
Ceasefire now, y'all. That's what we're doing. Ceasefire now. Let's get it popping. The polls are open today. The polls are open tomorrow. Make sure you get out to vote. Election day is Tuesday. Let's go. We need record turnout all across the district, especially in Yonkers, Mount Vernon, New Rochelle, Co-op City, and Edenwald. Let's get it popping. Let's change the world. It's the many versus the money. We're going to win. Let's go, baby.
We're going to win. We're going to take on AIPAC, and we're going to kick some Wall Street ass. So let's go.
Stop the bombs.
Oh, my God.
Wait a minute. Do we have the one, or were you not able to bleep him?
Oh, yeah, where he says, stand the F up and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like he was at a hip-hop rally.
Show them who the F we are.
Yes.
Show them who the F you are.
Yeah, it's so, when politicians try and be street like this, it's just nauseating. It's just nauseating. Dude, it's okay. You don't need to be, you don't need to be street to win, to win an election.
Were they at the same Bronx Park that Trump rallied at?
I don't know.
Because I'd like to see a comparison of crowds.
I'm not familiar with that area. But
McCarran Park.
There you go. So watch that district and see what happens.
Well, you said
tomorrow.
it's a safe district, but
Yes.
Hillary Clinton put money behind the opposition.
Oh, that's right.
So
Yeah.
there is money that is there for pro-Israel money.
Interesting.
And the same day Colorado has primaries.
Yeah.
And Lauren Boebert's up, but that's a reliably red district too.
Yeah. All right, we have to break.
Okay. It's 9:44. We come back. We'll find out what's happening on the Dawn Show. We'll find out what happened on this day back in the day in music history. It's Opelka one more time in for Kayal on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike Barkley. He brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic High School on June 29th and the Ocean City Music Pier on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Our lives aren't like they used to be. They're busier. Early morning Zooms, grabbing coffee to make that in-office meeting, getting to your kid's soccer game on time. Life is different, and so is advertising. To reach any audience, you need your message out there in all media, broadcast to streaming, on screens, and right to the ears of your customers. And that's what we do at Odyssey. Let's build a media campaign that targets the customers you know and want to reach more of, right here in our community. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Don't miss the Friends and Family Savings event at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Topricin Pain Relief Cream can help you live a pain-free life. If you suffer aches and pains of any kind, including arthritis, back, neck, shoulder, and joint pain, please try patented Topricin Pain Relief Cream. Topricin is made from good things like arnica, echinacea, and calendula. Guaranteed Topricin is available at fine pharmacies and natural markets throughout Greater Philadelphia and online at Amazon and Topricin.com. Get Topricin today. Topricin, rub it in. Use only as directed.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
9:49, Kayal and Company wrapping up here with something we do every day at 9:50. We'll get to what's coming up on the Dawn Show in 1 second. But first, today in music history with our own Phil Omquist.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Monday, June 24th. We celebrate the birthdays of Kurt Smith from Tears for Fears, who's now 63, Mick Fleetwood, who's now 77, and a heavenly birthday to Jeff Beck. Singles include Undone, the Sweater song, Weezer's very first single from 1994, White Rabbit by Jefferson Airplane in 67, Sweet Home Alabama by Skynyrd in 74, and in 85, Huey Lewis released The Power of Love. Albums include Endless Summer by the Beach Boys in 74, Motley Crue's Saints of Los Angeles in 2008, and Hold Out by Jackson Browne in 1980. Also, in 2007, the White Stripes were atop the UK album chart. In 66, the Beatles' final world tour began in Munich. And in 2008, a blogger who released finished GNR tracks to Chinese Democracy received a visit from the FBI with a cease and desist letter.
Uh-oh.
But lastly, on this day in 2016, a U.S. jury concluded that Led Zeppelin did not copy the opening chords to Stairway to Heaven from the band Spirit,
Love that.
saying the riff from the song Taurus was not intrinsically similar to Stairway. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Omquist.
Led Zeppelin's whole career has been based off of other people's music. Sorry about that. Dawn Stenson, what you got coming up on your show today in 8 minutes?
So much going on, developing here in Philadelphia. We'll give you the latest condition on these 2 different Philadelphia officers injured on the job over the weekend, one of them in the ICU. We have some updates on that case and on his condition. We also will talk about the alleged babysitter from hell in Pennsylvania, the GoFundMe page, and Trump in Philadelphia. Woo-hoo. All the reactions, some insider stuff. It's going to be good.
Thank you, Dawn Stenson. Coming up in 8 minutes. Michael Pelka, thank you, my friend.
Thanks, Michael.
Oh, my pleasure. Always glad to be here, especially when I get to make fun of Nick, because I'm eventually going to take his money on the golf course. And now that I know he doesn't have time to practice, I'm going to push him to get out there even sooner.
Yeah, he's not going to be playing anytime soon either, now that his family's
I'm
here.
going to the range, Nick. I don't know about you.
By the way,
who won Twitter?
Chris in Jersey wins Twitter. He says, so, big brown grizzly bears have a thing for big, thick white bears. Nothing new there.
I like big bears and I cannot lie.
Michael Pelka, thank you, my friend. The Dawn Stenson Show coming up in 7 minutes. Do not move. It's going to be a show you're not going to want to miss. Michael, thank you, my friend.
Thank you. Testudo, my friends.
Inflation has taken our economy by storm. According to government statistics, since 2021, the average investor paid over $11,000 extra per year. Political unrest and supply chain issues continue to push the prices of goods and services higher, forcing 40% of retirees to return to the workforce, according to a study by Atticus Law Firm. That's why the team at Crash Proof Retirement tailors each and every Crash Proof Retirement system with guaranteed inflation fighters that can increase your income up to 35%